Good morning. Thank you all for coming to town meeting. Everybody will stand. We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Flag is up here. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Dan, you have an announcement?
Before we get started here today, we have a special presentation we'd like to make for someone. I'd like to invite Elise up here for a moment.
2019 Acton Maine Spirit of America Foundation Tribute honors Jennifer Root for commendable community support.
I was thinking, how do I not know what they're getting ready to do? Because I was nervous that I didn't plan it.
You seriously? I'll read a resolution. Wow. A resolution by the Selectmen of the Town of Acton as follows. Whereas the Town Administrator Jennifer Root and Treasurer Michelle Rumney initiated the first and ongoing Neighbors Helping Neighbors account in 2014 and have dedicated their time and energy collecting money, soliciting donations, and other volunteer help to support the program over the years. And whereas Jennifer is well known for assisting Acton residents at the Town Hall, not just in her daily duties, but when a resident is in need of additional support. And whereas Jennifer has a gift for connecting with Acton's residents by opening her heart and hearing everyone's concerns that may come up at the Town Hall. This is how Jennifer knows which residents need just a little more help to get them by. And whereas Jennifer has organized many fundraisers to help support the account and families in need, with spaghetti and bean suppers and other fundraisers for home fire victims and people stricken with cancer. And whereas Jennifer organizes holiday help by putting a call out for food and/or gift donations at Thanksgiving and Christmas time, and collects the items and has them distributed to families. And whereas Jennifer has, with Neighbors Helping Neighbors, provided additional support such as food assistance, care packages, transportation and/or gas money for distant appointments, temporary shelter, handicap accessibility ramp, children's school lunch, and more. Therefore, be it resolved by the Selectmen of the Town of Acton in sincere gratitude and appreciation that Jennifer Root and Neighbors Helping Neighbors is hereby recognized for her exemplary citizenship and outstanding support brought upon this community with the 2019 Acton Spirit of America Foundation Tribute.
Thank you guys so much. It's truly my pleasure. Thank you.
All right.
Nice way to start the day.
Also, it's Kim's birthday. Happy birthday, Kim. So let's recognize the sheriff. The county sheriff is here, Bill King. Where did he go? There he is. Come on out front. Tell us what's happening. I see him on TV all the time, so I don't know if that's good or bad.
Is this mic working?
It is, and that's going to be part of my instructions. We got one mic, everybody's going to use this.
Thank you very much for allowing me to be here and for just chatting just for a couple of minutes. I do have our statistical sheets. They're in the back. I've given some out, but please go back and take a look at it. Acton is one of those communities that's taken the proactive step to hire a contract deputy, and I thank you for that. It really, really assists with the overall policing efforts with the York County Sheriff's Office. As many of you probably know that we did have a change. Dan Shaw wanted to go into business for himself, and it's my understanding, he has a lot of talent as far as being a builder and that type of thing, so he's moved on. But what we've had is the select folks from Acton and the select board from Shapley. We did a process and we picked another contract deputy. We picked a contract deputy that's been asking for a while that if Dan Choi ever moves on, I want Acton and Shapley. And he happened to be, he was our pick, but we didn't say anything, and he also happened to be the board's pick. So Greg Sivney will be coming on board. He was actually Deputy of the Year 2 years ago. He was the contract deputy in Arundel. The Arundel folks, so if you see any people from Arundel up here upset with you, just beware, because they really feel the loss down in Arundel. They really enjoyed Deputy Sivney. He lives in Lebanon. And what we're planning, we're going to plan a little kind of a meet the deputy, and please, when you hear that, we're going to have it for here, and we're going to have it also in Shapley. So when you hear that, please, come on out, we'll have coffee, we'll have cake, and you'll be able to just chat with Deputy Sivney, and I'm sure he'll bring his wife and his young child. So, I don't want to take up too much time. I know you've got a lot of things going on. Is there any burning question that you might have right now for the sheriff that I can answer? Fantastic. Thank you. Okay. No, I'm just joking. Seriously, if there's any question, you know, when you take a look at these sheets, one of the big things I just wanted to point out is that we had the good thing about a contract deputy is he knows the area. Also, a contract deputy is dedicated to you folks for the 40 hours that he's patrolling. The other thing that happens is that he's able to find things before they happen. If you look at some of the things, that you're going to see dispatch, you're going to see self-initiated. Like you're going to see a lot of area checks, building checks. You're going to see a lot of directed patrols. That's if we recognize that there's a problem. He's going to spend more time there. He should have high visibility. And I really encourage you that if you see something that you think that the deputy should pay more attention to, or that something that we could modify our patrol schedule, or you know, our patrolling where he should be, I would urge you to either contact the sheriff's office or contact one of your select people. They're very involved in this program. So again, if anybody has anything, I'll be here. I'll be in the back. Come on up and talk. But thank you very much, and thank you very much, folks, for having me.
Remember that the sheriff promises cake. So, Bill, I'm going to be there. We probably should let's start out with the results of the election, last Tuesday's election. Board of Selectmen, for the position of Board of Selectmen Assessor Overseer before, these are the results. The vote count. Carol Kambuza-Weze, 221 votes. David Winchell, 224. There were 13 write-ins, so David Winchell was elected. That's why David is up here. Road Commissioner District 1, Bill Langley, 255 votes. Tucker Pearson, 193. There were 10 write-ins. So Bill Langley is the new Road Commissioner. Bill is here. Thank you, Bill. Will, sorry, Will. No, it's not a, okay. You got it right. I got it wrong. School committee member Amanda Cobb, 370 votes. There were 88 blanks or write-ins. Amanda Cobb was elected. On question 1 was the road committee ordinance. There were 244 yeses, 179 noes, and 35 blanks. Therefore, that question passes. Question 2, road commissioner ordinance. 245 yeses, 172 noes, 41 blanks, and therefore that question passes. Let's talk about the rules. As typical for this meeting, and over the years, we're using the rules set out by the moderator's manual. Fairly simple set of rules, parliamentary procedure, not any different, hasn't changed at all in all the years that I've been doing this anyway, so it's pretty much the same. The one thing that we've got today is one microphone up here, so if you're going to intend to say something, you're going to come up here. One thing that happens as the meeting goes on is you get into a long debate about something, people are pretty much heard everything they want to hear, somebody shouts out to move the previous question or end debate. Not going to let that happen. You got to come up here. And if you want to make that motion, that's fine, but not going to recognize somebody just shouting out things from the audience. That's not fair to everybody else. So if you have something you want to move or whatever, come on up to the mic. Okay, I guess the other thing is that you all should have gotten this packet when you came in. your ability to vote is based on this blue card. So when somebody asks you to vote, you're going to need to raise the blue card. If we get into written ballots, you're going to need to bring this card up with you with the ballot that you put into a box that Jennifer will provide up here in front. The blue card is your ticket to vote. There's also a whole bunch of smaller things which we're about to start in. And these are nominations for various committees. Okay, we'll take the nominations from the floor, we'll put them on the board. When it comes time for you to write names on a piece of paper, this is the piece of paper. We'll be talking about various committees. You cannot, if you choose to write the same name numerous times, or what they call bullet voting, it's not going to count any more than just one name. You can't do bullet voting. You used to do that. Okay, so if you only want to vote for one person, that's fine. There are 3 people nominated. You choose to only vote for one, but don't put the same name down 3 times. That's not going to get a person 3 votes. Okay, so only you can put one name once. Okay, I think we are ready to go. Okay, normally we would start out at this point with, yes, thank you. One of the parts that we normally do here is recognize folks who are not residents of Acton but may need to speak. And certainly Jennifer Rue, our town clerk, in her position as town administrator and town clerk, may need to talk about something. And so we need to approve that. The other person is Michelle Rumney, our town treasurer, who's also not a resident. She may at some point need to say something. So Fire Chief is here. Fire Chief is here. Steve Johnson is here, and he also may choose or need to speak at some point or other. So we would normally need to vote on that, and I'm just going to suggest that typically we have allowed that unless anybody objects. Somebody objects, and we'll put it up to a vote and make sure that these folks are going to be allowed to speak. Seeing no objection, we'll all. Is Ken here? Ken is here. Sorry, Ken. Ken Paul, also the code enforcement officer, is here and may or may not have to speak or choose to speak at some point. So those 4 people, unless there's objection, we'll assume that they're approved to speak. They may or may not. We don't know what's going to happen here. Okay, moving on. So we are going to, we've done the 2 articles. We are now going to Article 6A. So Article 6 on your warrant has passed, and therefore Article 6A, we don't need to vote on it. As you'll see, it's been dispensed of because we've already done that essentially by secret ballot or by referendum. Article 7. So now we're going to start on these committee nominations. Paul, do you have a question?
Yeah. I believe that's the first.
Okay.
We're supposed to take 6A, not 7. And also, it looks like it should have been Article 5 cited, not Article 6, but that's kind of,
Okay.
they both passed.
I missed that. So 6A is not, it's Article 7 apparently. They'll be dispensed if it passes. I'm sorry. Okay, so we're going to be voting first on 6A. And not, 7 is the one that's been, because Article 6 passed, Article 7 doesn't need to be dealt with. Okay. Am I on this straight and narrow at this point? So Article 6 is to choose 3 members for the road committee. Should Article 6 voted on by the secret ballot pass on June 18th, which it did, for a term of 3 years each. If Article 6 fails, Article 6A shall be dispensed of. So we're now open for nominations for the road committee. So we're going to elect 3 people for 3 years each. Are there nominations? Dennis?
I nominate Cindy Hart.
Cindy Hart, nominated. Are there others? Leslie?
I nominate Dennis Long III.
Dennis Long III has been nominated. Other nominations for road committee? Other nominations? Seeing none, everybody's quiet at this point. No other nominations. Okay, so like I said, we have 2 nominations for 3 positions Roland's going to make them, or Dennis is going to make a motion.
Nominate Robin Ham.
Robin Ham. And that wasn't the motion I thought you were going to make, Dennis. I'm sorry. That's all right.
I didn't know we did.
And we can do it with less than 3. We still have to open. Other nominations? All right, seeing none, the nominations are closed, and we have 3 positions, 3 names or 3 positions. So Roland or somebody's going to make a motion now that we cast one ballot and unanimously elect those people. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded that the 3 people nominated be elected to the road committee. Oh, all those in favor of that motion, please raise your blue cards. Thank you. Hands down. Those opposed. Okay, we now have 3 members of the road committee. So the pink slip that you had, you dispense with, disposed of. The next one, Article 8. Article 8, you choose 3 members of the Warrant and Finance Committee for a 2-year term and 1 alternate member for a 2-year term. So let's do the 3 members first, okay? The people who are, so Roland Waterhouse, Tom Gore, Lois Mishu are the 3 people whose terms are expiring. Lois was on there because she was an alternate originally, and she filled in for Dr. Williams, who resigned partway through the process. So those are the 3 people coming off. Are there nominations for Warrant and Finance Committee? Dennis? Robert Gore. Other nominations for Finance Committee? Need 3. Important job. Nancy? Roland declines. Need 2 more names. This is important. Somebody got to step up. Let's go.
Harold Smith.
Harold declines. Other names?
Nominate Robin Ham.
Robin Ham nominated.
I decline.
Declines.
I'll withdraw my decline.
Roland withdraws his decline, so he's back on there. All right. We need, yes, Tucker.
I nominate David Winchell Sr.
David Winchell Sr. Other names?
Nominate Dave Langley. I decline.
Dave Langley is nominated and declines. Other names? All right, seeing none. Nancy? Elise Miller is nominated and declines.
I'll nominate Paul Poynton.
Paul Poyant.
Respectfully decline.
He respectfully declines. Paul. Other names? All right, I see none, so let's go again. Dennis, are you going to make a motion? We have 3 names and 3 positions. Warrant Finance Committee for 2 years. Move with all 3 nominations.
I need somebody that's willing to vote for all 3. Nancy? Checking it out.
We're looking for a ballot with those 3 names on it, just to make this official. All set? Okay, all those in favor of those 3 nominees for the Warrant Finance Committee for 2 years, please raise your blue cards. Hands down, those opposed. Those nominations, those folks have been elected to the Warrant Finance Committee. We're now looking for a Warrant Finance Committee alternate for a 2-year term. Are there any nominations for an alternate member of the Warrant Finance Committee? Oh, Nancy, I'm sorry.
Carol Kay.
Carol?
Oh, sorry,
Yeah, she's already an alternate, yeah. On 1 year for appointment Dennis. Nomination for alternate to the Warren Finance Committee. Joe Aruma. Tucker Pearson. That's,
Did
yeah.
I hear that
Joe?
Joe was declining?
Other nominations for an alternate to the Warren Finance Committee? Seeing none, I guess Dennis is going to make a motion that we unanimously elect or adopt Tucker Pearson as an alternate to the Warren Finance Committee. Moved and seconded. Just a minute, Paul. All those in favor of that nomination, please raise your blue cards. Keep your hands down, those opposed. That makes Tucker Pearson the alternate on the Warren Finance Committee. Paul?
Note to selectmen. Typically, these several articles show who's actually aging off of the committee, but they don't this year, and I think that's part of why we're a little stuck on some of the nominations.
Yes, and I have the names, and I should have read the fact that Mr. Meehan, right, Meehan, I guess it's Mrs. Susan, I'm sorry, Susan Meehan is currently the alternate. And I should have said that, thank you, Paul. We're set on that one. Okay, so Warren Finance Committee for a 2-year term, which is the gray sheet. Reject that, or put that aside. Article 9, to choose two members of the Conservation Forest Committee for a 3-year term. Carl Davis and Tom Cashin's term is expiring. 2 members of the Conservation Forest Committee for a 3-year term. Are there nominations? Tucker Pearson says no. Nominations for the Conservation and Forest Committee.
Nominate Elise Miller.
Elise Miller. Declines. Nominations for the Conservation and Forest Committee.
I nominate Carl Davis.
Carl Davis. Steve, did I see your hand? Okay. Additional nominations for the Conservation and Forest Committee.
Nominate Tom Cashin.
Tom Cashin is nominated.
He would decline.
What's that?
He would decline.
Oh, Carl, I can see Carl. Okay, Carl indicates for Tom that he would decline. I think Tom's not in great shape at this point. Other nominations for Conservation and Forest Committee. Need one more name. Okay, seeing none, we have one. And on the blue sheet, we're going to need a motion from Dennis. Dennis moves that we elect Carl Davis to the Conservation and Forest Committee. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your blue cards. Keep your hands down, those opposed. Carl is back on for a 3-year term for the Conservation and Forest Committee. Article 10, see if the town will vote to make the following changes to the Town of Acton zoning ordinance relative to timber harvesting activities. The Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article as written 3-0. Warren Finance Committee recommends approval of the article 6-0. Roland.
Move, waive the reading of Article 10, it is a rather involved.
I did. I assumed that you would. I didn't say that, but I should have. So the motion is to,
Move the article as written.
is there a second? Moved and seconded to approve Article 10 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 10? Anyone know what's going on here? It's not. Okay. Seeing no, there's no questions or comments. All those in favor of the motion, which is to approve Article 10 as written, please raise your blue cards. Hands down those opposed. Article 10 is approved as written. Article 11. See if the town will authorize the Board of Selectmen to appropriate and expend monies from the undesignated fund balance for the purchase of equipment or to use as they deem advisable to meet unanticipated expenses and emergencies that occur during fiscal year 2019-2020. The maximum expenditure will be $15,000. And that parentheses at the bottom is part of the article. Is there a motion on Article 11?
Make a motion, we accept that as written.
Okay, I neglected to read it. So the Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval of the article as amended. And the amendment is as follows. To see if the town will authorize the Board of Selectmen to appropriate and expend monies from the undesignated fund balance for the purchase of equipment or to use as they deem advisable to meet unanticipated expenses and emergencies that occur during fiscal year 2019-20. Expenditures in excess of $500 shall require advice and recommendation of the Warrant Finance Committee. And again, the maximum expenditure of $15,000. So that last sentence is the difference. Is there a motion on Article 11?
Make a motion to approve warrant finance recommendation.
Second. So moved and second to approve the Warrant Finance Committee's recommendation. Are there questions or comments? Paul's coming up here, rolling.
On Roland's behalf, I should point out that his name's Roland, not Roland. But also, I'd like to know the historical precedent that would make us bring a Warrant Finance Committee meeting together to spend more than $500. What perceived malfeasance or inappropriate expenditures have caused this to occur?
Question about what is happening. Why is the Warrant Finance Committee supportive of this?
Historically, I can't remember the time frame, but at one time this was set up this way for the Warrant Finance Committee's advice and recommendations, and as time went on, that went away, and now it's the Warrant Finance Committee thinks it should be back there. The original intent of this article for many, many years was to, if there was some surplus of equipment that came up, and quite often it was, for the most part, it was always for the fire department. And then when the selectmen changed it, that it could be used for basically anything that they think is an emergency. That's why it was changed.
Other questions or comments on Article 11?
If I could just add for clarification on behalf of the board doesn't have any concern with the Warrant Finance recommendation, and this article has actually only been expended once in the last 9 years, and that was for the tear down of the old sand and salt building, so it's certainly not something the board utilizes unless they absolutely have to.
Other questions or comments? Let me just comment on this kind of an article. There's going to be 5 or 6 of these where the Warrant Finance Committee basically has taken a different position than the selectmen. So if you, now comes the role of everybody in this room, if you disagree with whatever is proposed, then you should vote against it. That's your opportunity. This is the town meeting. So we're going to have discussion on each of these things, and if it's something that I mean, the people in this room are the ones that decide what's going to happen here. So however you feel about these things after we get done discussing it, that's your right to vote on it, one way or the other. So are there other comments or questions on Article 11? Yes, David.
Well, I remember when we passed this article back in the day, and the reason why we passed this article was, we had efficiency, if you had a boiler blow up in the town hall or something like that, where amount of money. Because if you have we'll use a boiler, just for instance, it's $1,800 boiler. That's a lot different than if you're gonna go and spend, say, $10,000 or $12,000 on ripping down a town shed. Myself, I like to amend that number to $1,500.
Okay, are you offering that as an amendment?
So may I?
Yes.
So I guess 2 points of clarity. I just want to make sure that it's clear. So David and I haven't had any conversations since he's been elected. So anytime I speak on behalf of the Board of Selectmen, that's the thoughts preparing this warrant with Elise Miller. So just for clarity, I'm not looking to speak on David's behalf. David, what I would offer you as a thought with this article before you make that motion is that the transfer station electricity was a perfect example. So when everything went under, if Bob wouldn't have had the money in there, we would have had to use this article, and $1,500 would not have covered it. So I would, I would be careful about lowering it too much. I mean, the fact that the board hasn't used it but once in 9 years, I think kind of says volumes, and you'll have a say in that.
I'm looking at here at this point, I tried to make a compromise here with the one funding this community. Myself, I believe the selectmen should have the right to spend the $1,500 as needed, but just trying to make a compromise. So I guess at that point, we'll withdraw my suggestion.
Okay.
Just simply in case the emergency comes up, do you know what I mean? And that three-phase power would have been a perfect example where we might have needed this money. But
Other questions or comments on Article 11? Paul?
I see both points of this, but noting the word emergencies in the article, and knowing that it takes more than an hour or two to get the warrant finance committee together, and also noting that the statement that this has not been utilized in a number of years, or at least frequently once, I would suggest that the excess change, that excess sentence that is put on, that is suggested to be put on here, perhaps is unnecessary and could stymie the original purpose of this thing according to the word emergencies. My 2 cents.
Other questions or comments on Article 11? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the warrant finance committee's recommendation, which is an amended version of the original. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your cards. Hands down. Those opposed? What's going to happen? I think we're close. Hands down. We're going to count this one. So we have Okay, if you're coming in to vote, if you have your blue card, you need to sit down and make sure the counters can see your blue card. Folks in the back, are you coming in to vote? Get a seat. Okay, so the motion in front of us is to adopt the recommendation on Article 11 as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee, which is an amended article. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your cards. Okay, hands down. We have 18. Okay, all those opposed to that proposal, which is to adopt Article 11 as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee, please raise your cards. Okay, it looks like the motion, Article 11, as adopted, is recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee, 34 to 32. Article 12. See if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to dispose of surplus town-owned equipment having a value of less than or equal to $500 on such terms and conditions as they deem advisable, and to execute any necessary documents to accomplish that purpose. All equipment having a value of more than $500 shall be put out to public bid. Funds received from such sales shall be placed in a capital reserve account to the associated department. Warrant Finance Committee recommended approval of the article 3-0. Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval of the article as amended. I'm going to read the amended version. Okay? See if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to dispose of surplus town-owned equipment, with the exception of road equipment. That is the change. Having a value of less than or equal to $500 on such terms and conditions as they deem advisable to execute any necessary documents to accomplish said purpose. All equipment having a value of more than $500 should be put out to public bid. Funds received from such sales shall be placed in a capital reserve account for the associated department. That's a 6-0 vote. So the new words in the third line are with the exception of road equipment. Is there a motion on Article 12? Roland.
Motion to approve the article as amended by Warrant Finance.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt Article 12 as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee. Are there questions or comments? Nancy? Nancy, you're struggling with water. You got a new knee?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to go, because of your new knee, we're going to let you shut.
Why the insertion
So the question is, why is this amendment been put in? Roland, can anyone answer the question?
I believe it was because of the two standards that the town owns, which we have not made a decision on as to whether or not we're going to keep these or not. And as to whether or not we're going to make the road commissioners utilize these pieces of equipment. Other than that, I don't remember any further reason.
Other comments or questions on Article 12? Paul?
In an apparent rule of unintended consequences, what would happen for disposal of town-owned equipment? I mean, we have an exception here for a targeted purpose. So what if we want to dispose of the equipment that we now have an exception for?
Question is, we accept it, but we don't provide a means for disposal. Is that what you're
Well, I think
asking?
that's what town meeting, you have to put it on a town meeting warrant. If it was a road item that they wanted to dispose of, and this article passes, if the Warrant Finance recommendation, you have to go back before town meeting and ask for approval to dispose of it.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions or comments on Article 12? Motion is to adopt the article as amended. Questions or comments? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 12 as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee, which is an amended version. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your cards. Hands down. Those opposed? And we're going to do it again. We're going to count. We were within 2 votes last time, so we'll see what we can do. So, the motion is to adopt Article 12 as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee, which is an amended version. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your cards. Did you get Kim? You got it.
I checked with him.
Okay.
You didn't have to hand out, there's a warrant.
Okay, hands down. The motion again on Article 12 is to adopt the article recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee. All those opposed to that motion, please raise your cards. Okay, that motion passes 42 to 31. Let's make sure I did my adding right. Yes, so Article 12 passes as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee. Article 13, to see if the town will authorize the Board of Selectmen to sell any tax-required property, to issue a quitclaim deed for the same. Sale to be by sale bids or public auction other than the owner of record at the time of foreclosure. And no selectman during the term firm in his or her office may acquire from the town any interest in real estate acquired by the town on account of non-payment of taxes, unless the owner of record at the time of the foreclosure was a selectman or the son, daughter, spouse, or parent of the selectman. And then in italics, except that the municipal officer shall use the special sale process required by Title 36, MRSA 943C, for qualifying homestead property if they choose to sell it to anyone other than the former owners. Now, I'm assuming that this stuff in italics is part of the argument. It is. Okay, so just because it's in italics, what you're voting on is that is part of it. What is the motion on Article 13, Roland?
Motion to approve Article 13 as written.
Second. It's been moved and seconded to adopt Article 13 as written, and I neglected to indicate that the Board of Selectmen recommend approval, and the Warrant and Finance Committee also recommends approval. Are there questions or comments on Article 13? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 13 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your blue cards. Hands down those opposed. Article 13 is adopted as written. Article 14, to see if the town will vote to put the funds received from the sale of tax-acquired property during the year 2019-2020 into the municipal undesignated fund. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article as written 3-0. Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval of the article as written 6-0. Is there a motion on Article 14?
Make a motion to approve Article 14 as written.
Second. It's been moved and second to adopt Article 14 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 14? Paul?
So we previously, fairly historically, we were moving this to the capital improvement fund, and now we're going to the municipal undesignated. I don't have a problem with that change, but just curious as to what the underlying motivation was.
The question is to why we're doing it.
That was a compromise between the Board of Selectmen and Warrant and Finance. At the Warrant and Finance meetings, they asked for it to go into that specific account, and instead of getting another unfavorable motion that wasn't the same, the board just agreed to move it to that account. We have so little tax-acquired property that we ever sell, other than back to the owner, so the board didn't have a concern with their recommendation.
Are there additional questions or comments on Article 14? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 14 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your blue cards. Hands down those opposed. Article 14 is adopted as written. Article 15, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen upon request of the treasurer to allow the treasurer to waive foreclosures of a tax lien on a specified property for a specified year with reference to the tax lien certificate recorded in the York County Registry of Deeds in circumstances where the Board of Selectmen determined foreclosure may encumber the town. Board of Selectmen recommend approval 3-0. Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval 6-0. Is there a motion on Article 15?
I move we accept the Warrant Finance Committee.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to adopt Article 15 as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee. Are there questions or comments on Article 15? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the article as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Hands down those opposed. Article 15 is adopted as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee. Article 16, to see if the town will have real estate personal property taxes. First payment come due October 15, 2019. The second payment on April 15, 2020. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article 3-0. Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval of the article as written 6-0. Is there a motion on Article 15, 16?
I make a motion to accept the Warrant Finance Committee's recommendation.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to adopt Article 16 as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee. Are there questions or comments on Article 16? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 16 as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. Hands down those opposed. Article 16 is adopted as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee. Article 17, to see what interest the town will vote to charge on all taxes after October 15, 2019, and April 15, 2020. Maximum rate of interest allowed is 9% per annum. Board of Selectmen recommends approval of an interest rate of 9%, 3-0 vote. Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval of an interest rate of 9%, 6-0. Is there a motion on Article 17? Dennis.
I'll make a motion to accept the warrant finance committee's recommendation.
Then second, is there a second? Been moved and seconded to adopt Article 17 as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee. Paul, do you have a question? Are there questions or comments on Article 17?
So last year this was 8%. I assume there was an MRSA change. Typically that, unlike the next article, we don't actually cite the MRSA. I assume there was a change. Thank you.
So I guess the answer to that question, Paul, is yes. Yes. Are there other questions or comments on Article 17? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 17 as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your blue cards. Thank you. Hands down those opposed. Article 17 is adopted as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee. Article 18, see if the town will vote to set the interest rate to be paid by the town on abated taxes at 5% pursuant to Title 36 MRSA 506A. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Warrant Finance Committee recommends the same. Approval of the article is written. Is there a motion on Article 18? Dennis.
I make a motion to accept the warrant finance committee's recommendation.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded by Elise on Article 18 to approve the article as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee. Are there questions or comments on Article 18? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 18 as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Hands down those opposed. Article 18 is adopted as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee. Article 19, to see if the town will vote to authorize the tax collector to accept the prepayment of taxes before the tax commitment with no interest. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article 3-0. Warrant Finance Committee recommends the same. Approval of the article is written. Is there a motion on Article 19? Roland.
Make a motion to approve Article 19 as written.
Second. Moved and seconded to adopt Article 19 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 19? The motion is to adopt Article 19 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. Hands down those opposed. Article 19 is adopted as written. Article 20, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to make application and execute any documents related to any grant or donation, to accept any grant or any such grants or donations, or any fees, and appropriate such funds to their designated use, so long as they do not require matching funds or encumber the town in any way. The treasurer shall be notified of any grant application, and a copy shall be kept on file in the treasurer's office. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article as written. Warrant Finance Committee recommends the same. Approval of the article is written. Is there a motion on Article 20?
Recommend approval of Article 20 as written.
Been moved and seconded to approve Article 20 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 20? Roland is the gentleman tonight. Yes, sir.
Secretary, I have a question about how grants for road repairs and that, where the state is willing to give money, large amounts of money. The town would cover it, and what the cost would be.
Question on grants for road repair. Anyone address that?
Well, this article's been on here for a good long time. I would assume that if we were to go in for a grant or before, we actually have a grant right now that's out there that we're trying to get. If we're fortunate enough to get it, we'll have to come back and have a town meeting to accept it. So we cannot physically accept any grants unless this body approves it. And that information was known before the grant was applied for.
If there are matching funds that are required, we will have to have a town meeting to provide those matching funds. It doesn't deny us from getting the grant. The grant that the stream crossing grant is out now allows us 2 years to finalize things. So it probably wouldn't require a special town meeting But at the next town meeting, we could appropriate that money if we've been approved for a grant.
Other questions or comments on Article 20? Did that answer your question? Okay. Questions or comments on Article 20? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the article as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. Hands down, those opposed. Article 20 is adopted as written. Article 21, see if the town will vote to appropriate all the funds received from the state from snowmobile registration revenue to local snowmobile clubs for maintaining their snowmobile trails on condition that those trails are to be open to the public for outdoor recreation purposes at no charge. The Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article as written. Warrant and Finance Committee recommends approval of the article as written. Is there a motion on Article 21?
Make a motion to approve Article 21 as written.
Second. Been moved and seconded to approve Article 21 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 21? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 21 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your card. Thank you. Hands down. Those opposed? Article 21 is adopted as written. Article 22, see if the town will vote to accept revenues received from NEMA or FEMA claims, and NEMA is named Emergency Management Agency, and FEMA is the federal version, claims during the federal upcoming fiscal year into the Emergency Disaster Reserve Fund. Said funds are to be appropriated at the discretion of the Board of Selectmen to restore budgets of the various departments for expenses incurred during the declared event. The appropriation shall not exceed the expenditures incurred during the declared event. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Board of Finance Committee recommends the same approval of the article. Is there a motion on Article 22?
Make a motion to approve Article 22 as written.
It's been moved and second to approve Article 22 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 22? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 22 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your card. Thank you. Hands down. Those opposed? Article 22 is adopted as written. Article 23, to see if the town will vote to allow the Board of Selectmen to negotiate and enter into an agreement with the York County Sheriff's Department to renew the contract deputy service of the town of Acton in conjunction with the town of Shackley for a period of up to 4 years. The current contract is expiring December 31st, 2019. Annual renewal is subject to approval of the budget in the annual town meeting. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Warrant and Finance Committee recommends the same approval of the article. Is there a motion on Article 23?
Make a motion to approve Article 23 as written.
Second. Been moved and seconded to approve Article 23 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 23? Dennis?
When the town first agreed to go into the contract, I remember there was a lady that came up and spoke. She had a big concern about the actions going up at Vaughn's Pond. And she was told that this issue would be taken care of. And the issues are the same up there at this point. There's still a lot of drinking up there. And other things that's not appropriate. And this is 40 years later. So that kind of bothers me a little bit. And the other thing is, I'd like to have some questions answered, I guess. We contract for, we'll pay for 20 hours a week. If in fact, our sheriff works 10 hours for us, 20 hours for Shapley, and he's off, as you can see by the report, doing calls in other towns. If he does our 20 hours also, does this mean that he gets paid time and a half? Or does this mean that we lose a certain amount of time? And the other question I would have, which I guess is several, vacation time, holidays, do we still get our 20 hours of coverage under the same contract with a substitute from the Sheriff's Department for 20 hours?
Series of questions on the resident deputy. Bill, do you want to, unless there's objection, Bill probably is the best person to answer this, I assume. Glad you're still here. You didn't bring your cape with you.
Thank you very much for that question. If I remember what the questions were, we wanted to know if the deputy goes off into other towns. Is that because of the sheet that I passed out? I'm not, if a deputy goes out, we do have a reciprocal agreement with all the other towns, and it's in the contract that if, say if somebody needed, if one of our deputies needed help somewhere, there's only 4 deputies out for 9 communities, and 5 of those communities. Let me back up. In the county of York, there's 29 towns and cities. 14 of them do not have a police department. So by the Constitution, it falls upon the sheriff's office. We don't have the staffing to take care of that. So we've asked the state police to take care of 5 of our towns. So they take care of 5 of the towns, and we take care of the other 9. Now, but it doesn't mean that we just abdicate our responsibility. We still go in there, we certainly back up the state police, and the state police back up us. Acton and Shapley has taken on the additional help or the additional responsibility for their own safety, and they in contract with the sheriff's office. It doesn't mean that we don't cover you when our particular contract deputy's here, but it means that they get 40 hours of dedicated service. Now, whether you get exactly 20, and Shapley gets exactly 20, I don't know how I can't tell you that that's it. But I can tell you when I go to Shapley, that they say that the deputy's always an actor. Now I come here, but anyway, but we do have, but I think we do a very, very good job. If the deputy does go out, you know, we're notified of that, and he certainly gets right back. The big question that he asked was, if the deputy is on vacation, do you have dedicated coverage? The answer to that is no. But we certainly, and some communities have opted to pay for additional service. And they, when the deputy is off, if they want a deputy there, we contracted a rate of, I forget what it is, $30 or $35 an hour, to have somebody in the town to maintain that consistency. You know, you can certainly do that if you want, but when the deputy is off, typically the contract deputy will tell everybody, I'm going to be off this week, and the other deputies know to give this place a little special attention, and they do. But do we have somebody up here? We don't. Dedicated to active Shapley during the time that the contract deputy is off.
Are there additional questions or comments on Bill is here about the resident deputy?
You know, I don't know that issue. I'm sorry. I didn't get into that weed, but I certainly will find that out.
Dennis is asking about the issue at Horn Pond that he brought up.
Yeah, I'm not very familiar with that. I'm disappointed that it wasn't taken care of. I don't know if you ever met somebody, if Deputy Shaw was aware of it or not, but I assure you, I would really request that you come to that meeting when we introduce Deputy Sivany, because he's taking care of a lot of those little nuisance type things down in Arundel, and I'm sure he'll get right on that for you.
Dennis, I'm sending an email now telling him about your concern, so he can follow it.
Other questions or comments on Bill is here about the resident deputy? Yes, sir.
So we're paying $49,000 a year for the contract deputy. Is Shapley paying an equivalent amount?
If the voters approve it in November, yes, they'll split right down the middle.
Okay, so to you, Sheriff, I know numerous instances with problems with the deputy. What is our course of action when we have a problem? Do we either call you directly, or is there a sergeant?
Go ahead, Bill.
I'm pleased to stay here. I really enjoyed talking with you. This is the first time I've ever heard anyone say that they had a problem with Deputy Shaw.
I had personal problems, and I had friends of mine had issues with him as well. He was very rough and very.
Okay, we're not,
Okay.
Bill, just a minute, just a minute. Here's a good example, we don't want to get into personalities here, right? But give the chance, I know. Okay, I know you didn't do anything wrong, I'm just giving Bill a chance to
Well,
answer.
to answer his question, if there's ever an issue with any deputy, whether it's a contract deputy, whether it's any deputy, we certainly take those issues very, very seriously. But I can assure you, I've been in law enforcement for a few years, and you know, we concentrate, we really, really focus on community engagement, and we don't tolerate people being rude to community members. So I would be very anxious if, you know, to talk to a sergeant, you know, call me directly. I'll put some cards on the table. Call me directly, because we want to hear that type of thing. If somebody needs some additional training or anything like that, or mentorship, we're willing to do that. But thank you for bringing that to my attention.
All right, thanks, Bill. Susan, do you have a question?
I do. As a town, we do have
Get a little closer, Susan. So
as a town, we do have to pay the town a little over 600,000.
I think it was 319,000.
And that includes the sheriff, correct? Okay. I remember when we first brought this in, I think a lot of people went for it because they were concerned about first response. And I can tell you right now, we have a great fire and rescue in town. Unfortunately, last year I had to call 911, and the 911 operator could not believe how quickly they were in my driveway. So I think that's something that's already taken care of. And the other thing that I'm concerned about is that Shapley has not voted yet. And what if they voted down? Then we would be in charge of the full amount.
The article as it's written is in conjunction with the town of Shapley. So if the town of Shapley votes it down, if the town of Acton still wanted to continue the services, we have to have another town meeting.
And I think Shapley has already had their town meeting, right?
They inadvertently left it off the time.
They left it off.
So they're having a special in November.
Bill, are you still there? Is there any other comments you want to make?
Well, no, just that, you know, when she mentioned Shapley, actually, we're in negotiations with Shapley, they want additional coverage. And when you mentioned that you already paid several $100,000 for the sheriff's office, remember that counts to jail, which is a big cost driver. Also counts deeds, and it counts a lot of other services. But I hear this all the time. But we pay our taxes. And the community members that I really have difficulty with are the people in Elliott, Kittery, York, that never see the green uniform. And they say, why are we paying? I say, well, it's a county function. So we really are, our allotment is really bare bones. The county only funds 14 deputies. And if it wasn't for communities like you, and 7 communities have stepped up, if it wasn't for communities like you that hire contract deputies, we'd be in very, very difficult shape. But if you ever call 911 and we're not there, or we take a long time, we want to hear that. Tell your selectmen, because the selectmen will talk to the county commissioners, and perhaps the county commissioners, once they hear that maybe we need more resources, we would do that. But I want you to think about the amount of space, over 500 square miles in these 9 towns, and we've got 4 people out there. So you got a car crash on one end, then you have a domestic on another end. It's not leaving a lot of people.
Thank you, Bill. Additional comments or questions on Article 23? Bill, or Paul, excuse me.
I believe the question that was raised but not answered is the means of contacting the Sheriff's Department, and I would add a distinction between emergency and non-emergency situations.
Bill, do you want to keep going?
You talk about communication. You could either call 911, or you could call the non-emergency number. I think it's in the book, 324-1113. Or I invite phone calls. Email is also a good way. Like I said, I have my cell phone on my cards. If anybody ever wants to call me. I'm not really clear. Is that specifically, is there any other question I didn't answer? Okay, great. Any other questions that
All right, Bill, thank you.
Thank you.
So the motion on Article 23 is to approve the article as written. Are there any other comments or questions on Article 23? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the articles written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your card. Thank you. Against, down, those opposed. Article 23 is adopted as written. Article 24, see if the town will vote to appropriate from the undesignated fund $89,150.95 to ratify the overdraft for the following winter and road maintenance accounts. And then there are amounts for District 1 winter maintenance, District 2 winter maintenance, and stockpile. All three of which add up to $89,150.95. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the articles written. Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval of the article as written. Is there a motion on Article 24? Roll it.
Motion to approve Article 24 as written.
The move is second to adopt Article 24 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 24? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 24 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Against, that, those opposed. Article 24 is adopted as written. Article 25 is either the town will vote to raise and appropriate $993,700 for general government for wages, operational costs, and employee benefits for the following departments. And there's a description of the various departments, all of which add up to $993,700. Is there a motion on Article 25? Roll. Excuse me, let me get the recommendations here. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval of the articles amended to see if the town will vote to raise $989,100 and appropriate $993,700 for general government for wages, operational costs, and employee benefits for the following departments. And then there's a list that's very comparable except for the town gym. The amended version deletes or reduces that to 0. That's the difference between the two articles. And now we're going to do, is there a motion on Article 25?
Make a motion to approve Warrant Finance recommendation of Article 25.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the Warrant Finance Committee's recommendation, which is to raise $989,100 and appropriate $993,700. Question from Paul.
It seems reasonably clear that because the town gym is self-funding, we don't have to raise by taxation the difference for that. And this is trying to kind of be more specific about that. I just want to make sure that because there's only one column here, that does not preclude the town from appropriating the $4,600 for the town gym. I mean, the meaning is clear here, even though it's one column, correct?
So the question is it clear that we can still appropriate the $4,600 for the town gym? There's no question. Michelle?
I mean, the appropriation is definitely implied in the article. However, the whereabouts the money is coming from for the appropriation is not addressed.
Right, because it's assumed to be self-funded. All right, thank you.
All right, so does Michelle agree to that? So the money, the gym raises that much money, or whatever amount it raises, is going to be available. Okay. But the appropriation.
Hopefully we'll get that.
This was the intent of the warrant finance. The gym has cost the taxpayers quite a bit of money over the years because it hasn't been self-sufficient. And the warrant finance committee didn't have an issue with really the having the gym. It was just for the limited people that use it. It would be taking on the cost of its operation. And it should be incumbent on the town to maintain the gym the way it's being done. It should be a cost to the town.
Other questions or comments on Article 25? Yes, sir.
In 2014, the selectmen doubled the fees to use the gym because it was losing money. It's still losing money. At the Warrant and Finance Committee, the town stated that the dues do not cover the cost. And the cost, the line items they have is for heat and electricity. There's no money in there for indirect costs, like the equipment maintenance, plumbing and heating maintenance, building maintenance, etc. Last year, in January of 2018, there was a check written for heating maintenance for $86.50. In February of last year, 2018, there was plumbing service for $210. On page 27 of the manual for, the town annual report for this year, there was a check written to the Workout Fitness store in Portland for $305. What that store does is service, maintain, and sell fitness equipment. That's total $601.50 just in maintenance fees last year. In March, at the Board of Selectmen's meeting, there was insurance concerns brought up. The insurance said there was no oversight of the facility, no control on the keys, no instructions for new people. You need 24/7 surveillance because it's open for 24/7. People can go in with their keys at any time. And there's no equipment inspected by professionals. The other things, last year, in 2018, there were 13 different fees charged people for dues. Who cleans the equipment after somebody uses it? They work out, they get all sweaty. Does anybody go in and disinfect that? I would just, I just want to say that, let you know that this is what's happening, and I think this is it's a cost to the town, and it's a big liability, because there's no maintenance to the equipment if somebody gets hurt. And I'd like to know what the cost, there's nothing new to this, what the cost of the insurance was for this facility.
Question about insurance for the facility.
So I can answer a majority of the questions. I mean, I'll be able to answer the insurance one, but, so a few different points that Mr. Murray has. First of all, in regards to the building itself, any heating expense as far as maintenance or water issue that we had, that comes out of the town's building maintenance account. Just like if the library had an issue, that comes out of the town has a building maintenance account. So we do not put money into that fitness center unless it's an emergency. If the furnace goes down, we have to fix it. It's still a town building until you decide what you're going to do with it. We have to fix it and keep the water and electricity on so nothing freezes. And so those couple of expenses that he's talking about came out of building maintenance, for the town's building maintenance, as it would any other town building. As far as the equipment, that comes from donations only. Anytime some piece of equipment goes astray in there, they have to raise the money. It does go through the town books, and Michelle pays it out of that line. But it's anything that was paid out to that particular company, Arnold, is from a donation from somebody in the gym. The town has not paid for that stuff in the workout center. The selectmen have decided at one of their last couple of meetings, the gym is going to be closed the first week of 4th of July. We've been posting that. We've posted all the new prices. They did increase them again to kind of get closer to this 4,000 plus. We have two individuals that we waive the fees on because they essentially oversee it and help manage it. They sanitize it all, they do the cleaning. They're waiving their gym membership is in lieu of all of the maintenance that they put in as far as cleaning and stocking it and so forth, wiping down the equipment. He is absolutely right as far as the insurance company. They have some concerns. They want to see us put some better practices in place. And hopefully during the week that it's closed, this board will really focus on how they're going to address some of the insurance company's issues. But as far as the financial piece, we are only paying what we're allocating, and that's heating and electricity. Anything else comes out of general government.
Additional comments or questions on Article 25? Yes, sir.
I'd just like to understand the 20% pay increases on 102.15.
So land use, that line is primarily from additional hours and more supplies, more supplies that are needed. The plant board is extremely busy this time of year, and it's just an extra cost that's needed for additional supplies and more hours for the secretary. Currently, she only works 20 hours, and we're trying to get her up to closer to 35.
Well, just a minute. Go ahead. Additional questions?
The regular gym, they have like a 40% fee.
There's additional hours, it's all hours. Every staff member got the same 3% increase. Other than that, it's additional hours that are needed to better run this department.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Additional questions on Article 25? Paul?
I have a question and a comment. Question is, I was under the impression, but I'm no longer under the impression that this was in fact self-funding, that the increase in fees from the last couple of years had in fact met the costs of running the gym according to what the town thinks should be, allocated to that function.
Yeah.
So my question is, what degree of heavy lift would be needed, and that's presumably in terms of fee increase, in order to make it self-funding and thus to not shoot ourselves in the foot by voting in the current motion?
And that's what we did, is we took the current people that use the gym for the last fiscal year, we took what they paid in, we figured out the difference, it's negative of a little over $1,000. So we took that same list of people, and assuming they all re-signed, which there's no way of knowing that, we based the increases off that. So currently, fire and rescue are all exempt. We're putting a $10 fee on them now. Anybody that works for the town or sits on a committee is $20. That's going up $10. Everybody, the $10 increase, assuming the exact same number of people re-sign up for the gym, will cover the 4,000 X amount of money that we expect to heat and electricity to cost. But you're right, I mean, it's still a town building, and that was the kind of the conversation at Warren Finance. And I don't have a personal stake in what you guys decide to do with this gym at all, but if you decide to close it, you need a plan, and you have to at least keep the heat on through the winter. Even if you decide to do something else with it, or until you decide to tear it down, or whatever you guys decide. But you're right, you don't want to not be able to pay the heating bill in the winter.
So what I'm hearing is that our plans to be within at least jumping distance of this 4,600.
We're hoping the increased amount will do it, but there's no way that I can even predetermine if these same people are going to sign up for the gym.
Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on Article 25? Dennis?
Originally, I think I was right when the fire department applied for the grant. I thought the thing in the grant was, and maybe it didn't last forever, but the fire rescue, and that will research as part of the condition of the grant.
We checked with the current fire chief, we also spoke to Sherry Smith, and we went through all the records that the town and fire department has. Nobody has a copy of that grant, because we also were told the same thing, and certainly wanted to look at it before the board made any decisions, but at this point, nobody can come up with a copy. Sherry included, the chief can vouch, so I've asked him to look into it. Nobody has it, so the board did what they feel like is in the best interest of the town to try to rectify those numbers. So it may be true, we may be right, but we have no way of knowing either way, so a $10 fee hopefully won't push away from understanding.
So the work is being done the first week of July, not having any money at this point, or July 1st, so these are days where the money is going to come from to do what needs to be done.
Well, when you say do what needs to be done, it's primarily secretarial work as far as putting policies together and putting a sign-on form as far as, a checklist when new people come in and to make sure they understand how to use the equipment properly. We have the 2 volunteers, but between those 2 volunteers and my office, we're just going to be doing the secretarial legwork. There's no physical work that's going to be done, no work on equipment or anything like that, so it's not really an expense to the gym.
So the building doesn't need it.
No, not that I'm aware of. The 2 volunteers have patched a couple of holes. They've done a couple of minor things, but we're not putting any money into it.
Additional comments or questions on Article 25? Bob?
My name is Bob Roland. I'm curious to know about the register of voters. Why it costs $4,000?
Question about the registrar of voters.
Want the answer?
Yes.
That's the stipend that registrar of voters has received. That number hasn't changed for over 10 years. It's a separate position, and the statute says that it has to be compensated. I am the registrar of voters.
So that's also included in the regular salary.
That's in addition to my town clerk, tax collector, town administrator.
When I volunteered for the voter polls, I was a registered of voters. And I volunteered. I registered people for nothing. Don't be registered at the town hall or at the window?
Yeah. Welcome.
Additional comments or questions on Article 25? Yes, sir.
Just on the gym, if you close the gym down, you wouldn't have to heat it. You do like people do with their $100,000 homes. You blow up the pipes, shut the electricity off, and close it up, and you go out. And the other things that was talked about was the equipment belongs to the fire department. That was where they got the grant from. The thing was to put it over in the old ambulance building and tear the building down and use it for a parking lot. That's, keep the gym over there.
Additional comments or questions on Article 25? Motion is to...
Sorry, David. See if I get Chief up here to let us know whether or not, some of you guys are utilizing this building.
The question basically is for the fire chief, Ricky.
He's in charge of our,
Ricky for the fire department. Talk to us about the gym. Okay.
So I met with the rec department and we talked about the gym, whether we could move it over to the ambulance building or not. So we use the ambulance building as storage facility for extra equipment that doesn't fit in our current facility. We also hold trainings and classes over there. You're more than welcome to all come for a tour anytime you want. My number's available on the town website. Also my email if you don't like making phone calls. I understand that. So we met with the rec department, we did a walk through the building, we talked a lot about whether this would work or not. It's really not feasible because of the size of our parking lot. If we get more than a few cars in there, now we're talking about really close clearances to get our fire trucks in and out of the building. And we all know that not everybody's really good at parking some days. We definitely don't fit all the town parking spots at the town hall. So if somebody parks off, now I gotta get a fire truck out to get somebody's house is on fire or somebody having a medical emergency. That means either their fire truck's getting stove up or somebody's car's getting stove up because the fire truck's still gotta go. So we just we hammered it out, we discussed probably not the best fit for us to be able to move that equipment into that facility, to have it as a public consumption kind of thing. It's just not gonna work the way everything's set up. And if we were to do a type of setup that would be beneficial, we're talking about a large cost. And so at the time when I met with the rec department, talked about it, it just didn't seem like a good idea.
Additional questions or comments on Article 25? Elise.
Elise Miller, I'm in favor of keeping the gym open. I think a lot of people use it. It's a healthy thing to keep in our community. Just want to be sure if it passes as the warrant finance committee recommends it, it can stay open, that any money is coming in with the increase of gym membership. It'll go into the gym line to be paying those bills so that it can stay open. So
Well, the question here is, your question is, if we approve what's in front of us now, is that going to mean the gym gets closed? Is that your question?
Yeah. So it'll stay open and money collected. Okay. And I'd like to be sure that doing it for this extra year with the increased dues, give it a chance to see if it does pay. So I'm in favor of keeping the gym open.
Additional questions or comments on Article 25? Paul.
The unexpected arisal of a discussion of moving or closing the gym caused me to come up here hopefully one last time. I want to point out that my approval of this modification does not in any way reflect a lessening of support for the gym and does not reflect a desire to close the gym. And I just consider it to be a financial experiment. We were supposed to be self-funding on the gym. We're intending to be self-funding on the gym, and this sort of underscores that point. But any discussion of moving or closing the gym is entirely premature. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on Article 25? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the article as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee, which is a reduction of around $4,600. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Your hands down, those opposed. Article 25 is adopted as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee. Article 26. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $4,259 for health and welfare. This includes $259 for the health officer stipend cost and $4,000 for general assistance. Board of Selectmen recommend approval. 3-0. Warrant Finance Committee recommends the same. Approval is written. Roland, what's your pleasure?
Motion to accept Article 26 as written.
Second. The moved and seconded to adopt Article 26 as written. Are there questions or comments about Article 26? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 26 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your blue cards. Hands down, those opposed. Article 26 is adopted as written. Article 27, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $630,696 for wages and operation expenses of the Fire Rescue Department. And it details two things: wages, taxes, benefits, at $506,416, operational expense, $124,280. Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval of the article. 3-0, Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval of the article as written. Ward 2, Roland, what's your pleasure?
Make a motion to approve the article as written.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt Article 27 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 27? Dennis.
This is just a personal thing. I would like to address the chief. I would like to thank him for his participation and putting up with all my questions on what the money was for. As I stated to him at the time, I feel it's my obligation as the one finance member to elect by the town meeting to ask these questions. And I just want to say I appreciate your patience with me at the Board of Finance meeting.
Additional comments or questions on Article 27? Seeing that motion is to adopt the articles written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your blue cards. Thank you. Hands down. Those opposed. Article 27 is adopted as written. Article 28, to see if the town votes to change the name of the Fire Rescue Department Capital Improvement Fund to the Fire Department Capital Vehicle Fund, and to raise and appropriate $15,000 to the fund for the future purchase of a new fire truck. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the articles written. 3-0, Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval of the articles amended. Here's the amended version. To see if the town will vote to change the name of the Fire Rescue Department Capital Improvement Fund to the Fire Department Capital Vehicle Fund, and to raise and appropriate $0 to fund the future purchase of a new fire truck. And that is a 6-0 vote. What's your pleasure, Elise?
I'd like to make a recommendation to accept the article as written. Selectmen's vote.
Okay, to adopt the article as written. Is there a second? So moved and seconded by Ricky to adopt Article 28 as written. That's the first version. So what you're looking at here is $15,000 versus $0. Okay, and what's in front of us is $15,000. Are there questions or comments on Article 28? Fire Chief is going to address this. Oops, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Gregory.
Chuck, go ahead.
Question I have is there any balance in the capital vehicle fund now? When was the last fire truck purchased, and when should we expect to have to purchase another one?
You want the Fire Chief to try to answer?
Yeah.
Okay, Chief, can you answer that?
First of all, I just want to say thank you for the comments. It's always been a process, and sometimes people take it personal, sometimes they don't. But I think this year, especially working with Warrant Finance, it was almost like we finally came to a realization because we're all trying to accomplish the same thing, and once we got past that, we really worked well together. And I also want to thank everybody. A lot of people know that I'm leaving after this year, but I just want to thank everybody for the support you've given the fire department and including the members of the fire department. Those guys and gals are worth their weight in gold, and they provide excellent service. But they couldn't do it without your support as well. So I just want to say thank you on that. To address the concerns on the fund, I think we're somewhere around 115.
No.
Oh, we're down to 50,000. Okay, so we're down to 50,000 in the truck fund. This year, based on last year's approvals, we did purchase the new utility truck, replacing the squad truck that we had, as well as the old forestry truck that we had. That's in the station, all in service. It's fantastic vehicle. It's really going to do well to meet our needs.
It's on site.
Oh, it is, right, actually, it is, it's out front, as well, if you guys want to see.
Chief, let me interrupt, but that was uncertain, is the amount left of the fund? I heard Michelle.
There's 50.
50, not
After the
150.
purchase of the-
Yeah, no, 50,000.
50,000 is what's, okay.
So I laid out an apparatus replacement program. There's certain standards that are pretty typical and which you meet, try to meet. Ambulances are typically 7 years. We're trying to get 10 years out of ours. Fire apparatus, we try to get 25 years out of. That being said, this year we replaced the squad truck with the utility truck. The year before, we were able to purchase a new ambulance. The next major purchase we're looking at is the FYI 2021 budget to replace the tanker 7 that we have now. When we purchased that 2 years ago, that was a temporary fix just to buy us time to plan on purchasing a new tanker, which we're probably going to be looking somewhere in the ballpark of around $550,000 to replace that. So that's in 21. The next purchase you would have going to 10 years on the ambulance would be 2027 to replace the ambulance again. And the year after that, our engine 1 will be due to be replaced as well. And every year, your costs are going up anywhere from 5 to 7% on this apparatus, the cost of building them. My recommendation, obviously the article's right to put 15,000 in. Last year, there was discussion in town meeting about that fund, and I was asked why I hadn't come forward putting more in. My first 2 years, I recommended 75,000 going to that fund. This year, I recommended 100,000 going to that fund. But due to other priorities, those funds got cut down. To me, I always believe it's a lot better to have the money in the fund so that you can purchase it. That way you don't have to bond, you don't have to pay interest. You have the money, but could potentially be making you interest as well. I would recommend from this point forward, as far as in the future, that you get $100,000 every year to that fund, commit to that. Just because of the fact that when we get there, we need a $500,000 purchase, or 2027, when you get to spend, $300,000 on an ambulance, and then the next year $500,000 on another engine, you have money there to offset, and it wouldn't be such an impact on the tax rate through bonding and interest paying loans, things like that. So for me, even though it's 15,000 plus being voted on, at least it's something. That's what I would recommend doing, and just keep pushing forward every year and trying to minimize the future impacts for future budgets.
Additional comments or questions on Article 28? Ricky?
Despite the chief leaving, a lot of us obviously aren't. We've been here since forever, and we probably plan to stay here for forever. We want to continue with that plan of making the investment so that we don't have to keep coming to the town for these large sums. We want you to know ahead of time, as we go forward, to have a comprehensive plan. I want us to all be on the same page. I want us to all have good communication, and that's what the chief has been trying to set up, and that's something I'd like to see going forward as well. Like I said, I'm always going to be around, so I'm always going to be a part of these meetings, as a part of this team. So we plan to continue that as we go forward. And I personally want to thank the chief for coming in and helping with us for his time. I won't buy anyone that.
Additional questions or comments on Article 28? Dennis?
I too will probably be around for a long time, as I have been, so it's kind of a history for the future. I agree with what Ricky's saying, and I agree with what Steve's saying. So the problem we have is, from a financial point of view, our infrastructure is in terrible, terrible shape. And I have supported what we've done with the fire department, with the fire trucks and new equipment and whatever. But we have 3 bridges in town that the state saying needs serious work done, not replacement. Our roads are in really bad shape. So I guess the choice really is, and this is where I was coming from, was more finance committee member, and is we have supported the fire department to the community very well, I believe. And if they come and they said they needed this new tank in 2 years, I have no doubt the town is going to fund it. Probably borrow money like we did for the last fire truck. We had some money for it, but we've got some serious things to address with these roads and bridges, and it's certainly going to cost some serious money to address these issues. I mean, some of them could be in excess of $1 million. So that was where I was coming from as a warrant finance committee member. I know it's only $15,000, but it's up to the people.
Additional comments or questions on Article 28? Tom Chase, welcome back, Tom.
I didn't want to speak this early, but it's a philosophical thing here. The town can borrow money for next to nothing. And if you wait and borrow the money when you need the money you pay is amortized over when you're using that vehicle or whatever it is. Taking the money out of the taxpayers' pockets to throw into a savings account that's going to earn nothing, but I guarantee you it's going to cost you something to spend those extra taxes to save money, is stupid. You are better off to make the decision when you're going to buy a capital purchase, borrow the money, pay next to nothing in interest, amortize it over the time when you're going to use it. The town saving money in this doesn't make any sense, financially or any other way.
Additional comments and questions on Article 28? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 28 as written, which is to appropriate, raise and appropriate $15,000. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your cards. Take your hands down. Those opposed? Okay, we're going to count this one. Okay, so the motion is to adopt Article 28 as written, which includes to raise and appropriate $15,000. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your blue card. Your hands down. Those opposed to the motion, which is to adopt the article as written, please raise your cards. All right, we got a tie. 36. Yeah. You always have an option to not vote, but we have obviously a tie. Right, a tie gets you essentially defeated. So let's try it again. Well, let's see if we can pick up some people that didn't vote this time. We're going to try this easily once more, and then we'll go to a written ballot. Okay, all those in favor of Article 28 as written, please raise your cards again. Okay, if you didn't vote, you can help us out. All right, let's go. So everybody put your hands down. All right, now we need you to put your hands up, however you're voting. Everybody in favor of this motion, which is to raise and appropriate that $15,000, raise your cards. Keep them up, please.
Okay, 23. 25.
25, Michelle?
Yes.
Okay, hands down. All those opposed to raising this to Article 28 as written, please raise your cards. Keep them up. Okay, thank you. Hands down. So this time, by a vote of 48 in favor, 36 opposed, the motion is passed, which means we adopt Article 28 as written, which means we're going to raise and appropriate $15,000. Okay, Article 29. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $50,224 for the purchase of 8 new sets of SCBA for the Fire Rescue Department. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the Article 30. Warrant Finance Committee recommends the same. Approval of the article is written. Roland.
Motion to approve Article 29 as written.
Is there a second? Been moved and seconded to adopt Article 29 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 29? Bob?
Bob Rowan. Didn't we have a warrant article last year for about the same amount to buy any scuba equipment? And the other question is I know they terminate or expire after a number of years. If we did buy them last year, we buy another 8, then wouldn't it be better to stagger them out?
Question about, is the chief, will they answer the question about the purchase of SCBA's?
So, last year, we came forward looking to approve we wanted to get approximately half of the air packs that we need to replace. We needed 17 air packs, and last year they approved 9. And this year we came forward looking to approve the remaining 8. That was what we had discussed last year with the select board, warrant finance. The reason why we didn't purchase them yet is the price that we're given is based on the purchase of 17. If we only buy the 9, then the cost goes up. That was issue number 1. Issue number 2 is that if they were on the verge of doing a standard change, NFPA, National Fire Protection Association, dictates the standards that SCBA have to meet. They were on the verge of doing a standard change. And the way the standard reads is that that they can't last any longer than 3 standard changes. Once they get to the 3rd standard change, they have to be replaced and taken out of service. So if we'd have bought one set that met the standard change last year, and then the new one came in under a different standard, you were actually shooting yourself in the foot, so to speak, as far as when you've done that. Plus, the other thing was that by getting them all at the same time, they're all in the same standards, they all do the same things, they meet the same requirements, and you don't have one year where some would have to be taken out of service because of the standard, and then the next year you'd have to replace them again, which could potentially be in the middle of another standard change. So for the benefit of the cost, for the benefit of having them on the same standard, we held off to purchase them pending on town vote today, to get them all as one group. Then you have one in-service training, one type of pack to get everybody up to speed on. So it just makes sense to wait and to buy them all in one group as opposed to over 2 years, potentially 2 different standards, and at a higher cost if we do it that way. Now, as far as how many we're buying, per the standards that are also set for the national standards, you have to have at least one SCBA for every seated position on the vehicle. And the minimum that you're supposed to have on a fire apparatus is 4. So that 17 brings us up to par. We actually don't need, at this point, we're going to have 2 on the ambulance, we have 2 on the tanker, and then you have the rest are on the regular engine 1 and 2. But every seated position has to have an air pack on it. That's just national standard as well. So that was the reason why we were going for the 17, was to meet these standards. That's why we held off in making the order now before the end of the year's budget, and then at the very beginning of next year's budget for this to be approved. And it was all cost savings and to get us up to standard.
Additional questions or comments on Article 29? Bob?
First of all, the standards, I mean, do they announce the standards before they come out? I mean, how do you know when the standards are going to change?
They announce it.
Chief, you got to get up to the mic, so because this is being filmed. And
so standards are changed at different times, usually 3 years, 5 years, or if something occurs that makes them reevaluate. For instance, they were finding that there were a lot of firefighter fatalities in the past due to the masks failing. The masks were failing at roughly 260 degrees. It's not uncommon for us to be in environments that are 300 to 400 degrees at floor level. So they changed the standard, mid-standard, they made a change to make it that the masks have to be tested to withstand 500 degrees for 20 minutes. And those are the types of standards that if you don't meet the standards when there are standard changes, can, for one, as a safety, but also can get us in trouble. So you have your normal standard changes, but then there's also amendments to the standards as well. So,
Additional comments or questions on Article 29? Bob?
I thought good accounting practices were when you budget money for a year, and you put that money, that you don't spend that money, that money goes back into the designated fund.
That's correct. The chief's intention is to purchase that this week, so it can be paid out next week, so that money can roll over.
Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on Article 29? Roll.
The fiscal budget starts July 1st. How's he going to buy all of the SCBA's when the money isn't even there yet for the second purchase?
Chief, keep going on this. Article 29.
I'm glad you mentioned that. So we're not unique in our situation with our community. So these companies will work with you that, for instance, I didn't submit the order yet until, which will be Monday, which will be based on what this town approves. If it doesn't approve the other 8, then we'll just have to readjust and look at that. But I have the order ready to go out. If it's approved in town budget now, the companies will work with you that you could pay out of this year's budget that's ending for the 9, and then after July 1st, you can submit the payment for the other 8. Again, we're not unique, but so the companies will work with us, knowing that a lot of towns end up having to split it over 2 years in order to, they'll give you like a 30-day window to be able to start your order and finish your order, which will fall in place with submitting, the order Monday, should it all get approved today.
Additional comments or questions on Article 29? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the article as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your blue cards. Put your hands down, those opposed. Article 29 is adopted as written. Article 30, see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $10,000 for the purchase of new fire hose and appliances for the fire rescue department. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the Article 301. Finance Committee recommends approval of the articles amended, and here's the amendment. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $5,000 for the purchase of new fire hose and appliances for the fire rescue department. It's a 6-0 vote. So the difference is 10,000 versus 5,000. Elise, for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the article as written.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to adopt Article 30 as written. That means $10,000 as opposed to $5,000. Question for Paul.
What was the Warrant and Finance Committee's motivation for cutting that apparently in half from what was requested, and what is the liability in doing so?
Question for the Warrant and Finance Committee. Does anyone choose to answer?
This is one of the things I inquired about on the Warrant and Finance Committee, but if my memory serves me right, the question was asked to some of the holes if it had been tested, that they wanted to replace, and I said, I think the board asked the question, and they said yes, and they passed the test, and they said yes. So there's some things in there that they said they really needed to be replaced, and it was just a matter of, again, being conservative and trying to be supportive of the fire department at the same time. That's my recollection.
Additional questions or comments on Article 30? I'm not sure we have a question, Chief. You have just a minute. Paul?
Okay, so follow-up question is there a standard for replacement of fire hoses like there apparently is for breathing equipment and presumably other types of equipment that might, kind of push the issue of when we need to replace this? Parenthetically, it seems to me that if we have a catastrophic failure of a fire hose during the fire, that's not a good thing. So, what are the chances of that? And how imprudent would we be if we cut this down to 5,000 from 10? I know that what's on the floor right now is 10, but just for sake of argument.
Okay, Chief, now I think it's your turn.
Excellent. So to address both of those, yes, our industry is standard driven. That's a good thing, and it's also a hard thing for the communities and for us to deal with, because we have a lot of standards on us that we have to meet, that we have to jump through a lot of hoops of our own that aren't necessarily even money costs, but through training, through physical conditioning, through all kinds of stuff that we have to do. Yes, hose does have standards. NFPA recommends that the hose be taken out of service after 10 years. A lot of the hose we have is between 20 and 25 years old. I didn't have so much heartburn about it because we have a professional company coming to do test our hose annually. But unfortunately, every year, we've been losing more and more hose during the testing as well as in fires. And yes, you lose a hose, whether it's a hand line or whether it's a large diameter hose supplying the water to the fire, that can be the difference of losing a building or losing a life or losing a firefighter. That's unfortunately our reality, and that's why the standards are in place. We do test every year, and through the last 3 years, we have lost, let's see, 700 feet of 4-inch hose, 900 feet of 5-inch hose, 100 feet of 2.5, 400 feet of 1 3/4. And unfortunately, we've been kind of behind the 8 ball on a lot of the equipment and the standards we were trying to catch up with. And over the years, we hadn't had the excess money to catch up on the hose and the appliances. And like a lot of the stuff we buy, everything you get is expensive. You put the word fire in front of it, and it's expensive. But you have to have the word fire in front of it because it has to meet the standards. And the equipment we use is different than standards than other industries or what we get at the Home Depot per se. So in light of that, I believe this last Captain Ham, remember, I think we lose like 600 feet in the August testing of the large diameter last year.
Correct.
So just last year alone, we lost 600 feet of large diameter hose in August when they come to do the testing, which was after town meeting and after budgets get approved, and we didn't expect to lose that hose. Those lengths of hose that we lost go for $550 a piece. So if that's why when we need to replace hose and appliances, we try to come as a capital item instead, because our regular budget lines aren't designed to incur that type of a cost. We have two of the apparatus that are 100 feet short of having the minimum standard required amount of large diameter hose on them. This affects ISO ratings. If something should happen and we didn't have enough hose to make it to where the fire was, that could affect everything from the town's liability. If we don't meet the standards, the town assumes the liability.
By loss, you mean didn't pass.
Wait, Ricky, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to say something, you got to get up here.
So
what the chief has done, if you want to add to this.
By loss, he means didn't pass pressure test. That's all it is, right? Point of reference.
Right, yeah. It broke during the pressure testing. Some of them broke in multiple places. Unfortunately, with the hose at the age it's at, hopefully we can start trying to, once we get a larger purchase and start catching up on it, then maybe over the year to our equipment lines and things like that, we can start catching up on some of it, a little easier. This year, I really just wanted to try to catch us up to where we need to be.
Additional comments or questions on Article 30?
Yeah, when this came up at the Warrant and Finance Committee, a member of the fire department said years ago, they used to buy used hose when it was a volunteer department. Now that it's full-time, we have to buy everything new. I mean, used was all right before, but now that the taxpayers give you plenty of money.
Additional comments or questions? I got Harold out of his seat. I like that.
Harold Smith, I was the fire chief for 13 years, and to my recollection, we've never bought used hose. We did have some that was given to us once that we accepted, but the service to our community, whether we were completely volunteer or whether we're paid volunteer like we are now, hasn't changed. We've always been committed to serving the community. And we needed the equipment, we used to buy the hose, and that's what we need now.
Additional comments or questions on Article 30? Motion is to adopt Article 30 as written. That means $10,000. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your cards. Make your hands down. Those opposed? Article 30 is adopted as written. Article 31, see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $52,105 for public safety to be expended as follows. Street lights, animal control, communications, and EMA director, all of which total $52,105. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the articles written. Warrant Finance Committee recommends the same approval of the articles written. Roland.
Motion to approve Article 31 as written.
Second.
So moved and seconded to adopt Article 31 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 31? Dennis?
Yes, but the select didn't have any idea yet what the cost for the DNA director that we still currently well with.
That's down.
One of the issues was, that was brought up, kind of like our animal control, there's a lot more to it than the average person realizes. And I just question for the dollar amount is satisfactory.
Question about the DNA director?
Yeah, I'm currently without one right now. The hopes is that, as we heard, Chief Johnson is leaving, the new chief coming in, we're hoping to give the EMA director position to the fire chief as well. So that would be one person to handle both of those. I have checked around other towns and done the same thing as work. So.
Additional comments or questions on Article 31? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the articles written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Take your hands down, those opposed. Article 31 is adopted as written. Article 32, to see the town. I'm sorry, David. The proposal has been to take a 10-minute break. Us old guys would appreciate that. So we are at break for 10 minutes. Break time is over. Please take your seats. Begin going. Next article is Article 32. Proceeding will be going. Article 32, to see if the town will vote to pay wages and equipment for repair and maintenance of public ways according to the following schedule. And unless somebody wants it, it's not going to be reading the schedule, except to note that we have a section on wages. And it says wages are to be paid at the rate of time and a half on holidays, approved in the town of Athens personnel policy when plowing and sanding. And there's a whole list under general equipment, and then there's another list under winter road maintenance. And I think that under winter road maintenance, the second item is underlined. I don't think
It's the only change from last year.
Okay, so just to bring your attention to the second item, four-wheel drive, 26,000 pounds, GVW and over. That number is higher or lower than last year?
Higher.
What higher than last year? Okay.
Personnel policy.
Okay, and then the additional underlying the approval of the town active personnel policy, which is also new.
Right.
Okay, so that is the point. So here we go. Article 32, recommended by, let's keep going here. We have more things to read. Town to furnish cutting edges, bolts, and brushes for mechanical sweepers and cut-off wheels for equipment used exclusively for maintaining town of Acton roads. Cost of operations. The above rates are based on fuel prices up to including $4.30 per gallon. Town of Acton will pay an additional $1 per hour and 25-cent increase per gallon for equipment utilizing diesel fuel. This will be based on the fuel prices at Moody's and Chaplin each Sunday. Such prices will determine the fuel allowance for the following week's warrant. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the articles written. Warrant Finance Committee recommends an amended article. Approve the article as written with the exception of general equipment and winter road maintenance equipment that will be paid at the state of Maine rate plus 15% of the 6 total. So I'm looking for a motion on Article 32. Elise.
I'll make a motion to approve the article as written.
Second that motion.
Approval is written, it's been moved and seconded, I think by Dave Langley on the second. So are there questions or comments on Article 32? Yes, sir.
Yes, my name's Dan.
Dan, give us the last name if you're going to give us a
Marcotte.
name. Okay, thank you.
From BM Enterprise, and I've been sitting alone in town of Athens.
So are you a resident?
Yes.
You are, okay.
And it's kind of up in the air this year. With what's going on with the road commissioner, it's all changed. I was looking at the hour rate, with sickle barn mowing, is that the rate 40 and then you get operations for you guys?
question about a particular rate. I don't know who can answer it, David or, okay. So which one are you referring to, John?
I'm referring to the mower tractor sickle bar. That's what I mowed for the town, is a sickle bar.
What was the question? I see. So it's under the general equipment, mowing tractor / sickle bar / rate. That's the one you're asking about?
40 now.
David?
He wants to know if you're gonna pay him or if he can submit his own bill.
No, I mean, in the past, what was always done was, the $40 an hour was the machine.
Right.
Then the road commissioner would decide whatever your operator's rate would be.
Right.
You could do that, or if you were a subcontractor, as long as you didn't go over the 40 plus whatever the rate, max rate or whatever the bill, you could do it as a subcontractor. That was in the past, I believe you still do that now.
Yes, okay, so I would get that if I do get approved for mowing this year. I would get 40 an hour, that's a four-wheel drive tractor, right?
I got that.
Does that make a difference?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, okay. And that doesn't count attachment, so that's 40 for this.
What we did, what Scott and I did back in the day was when the rate was quite a bit lower than this, and we didn't find anybody who really want to mow for the rate. We raised the rate. We used to have a rate for a tractor, then we had an additional rate for an attachment. But the problem is, a mower may cost quite a bit different than a York rate.
Yeah, it's like that.
So what we did was we created that rate for that one price. That way there wasn't too much.
And also, on the allowance, for the fees, they only allowed 4,000. And I've been mowing since 2007, and it goes over 4,000.
I can't answer that question because when I was the road commissioner, we just pulled out of our general maintenance. We tried to keep a certain amount, we didn't have a set amount. So that's something there that obviously whoever the road commissioner may come over for will have
Right, it gives an allowance of 4,000 for District 1, which is right around that area.
Where are you seeing the allowance?
That's in the
Budget book. Okay, it's not on the warrant here, so go ahead.
And District 2, it happens to come over 4,000. But, and also, I also need to know if I'm going to be mowing this year, District 1 and 2.
I don't think we can answer that.
Yeah, you need to speak to the road commissioner's direction.
That's not going to be settled today here, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Because I got to schedule this in, if not, I got other jobs.
What I did last year on the mowing, I ended up putting it on per mile. Okay, there's other ways to do it, but that's on the discretion of the road commissioner, and obviously it should come to us.
Okay, so who is District 2's road commissioner?
Will, raise your hand. District 1, I'm sorry. Joe, see Joe Paterno in the back?
Will Langley.
Will's the new road commissioner, okay?
We'll get the contact numbers after the meeting.
Yes, okay, sounds good. I have to leave, I have an appointment. So.
I think I have your number from the plowing, so I'll text it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions or comments on Article 32?
I'm not clear as to what the difference is between what the selectmen are recommending and what finance is recommending. So it's really not clear as to, what's the bottom line basically?
Did anybody answer the additional words that the Warren Finance Committee put in?
I can answer that question.
Well, let Mr. Winchell set it up years ago.
Okay.
Well, we have the state rates.
So what ended up happening back, collectively 2009, I believe it was fiscal year 2010. In 2009, the town of Acton was at state rate. The road commissioners, myself and the other road commissioners at that point in time, we figured it didn't work. It was a complete account nightmare trying to figure out different rates, who's doing what. But what ended up happening, we ended up taking some of those rates, making the rates that you got here, obviously they've changed over the years, okay? But the difference between the rates that are sitting right in front of you that you can see right now and the state rates is, the problem we have here is, if you go by the recommendation of the finance warrant, there's no plowing, rates. There's a lot of equipment that is not listed on there that are used for the town of Acton. And that's why, if you look at, but you don't have the paperwork I've got. I got it off the website, the Small State website. And so that was one of the issues we had back in 2010 was, there was no track skid steer or skid steer rate at the time. There was no one-ton rate at the time. And, for instance, we just discussed the mower with the sickle bar. Back in 2010, the mower and the sickle bar, the tractor would be $13 an hour, and the sickle bar was, I think it was like $5. Well, you figure out the rate cost, you obviously got paid more than, whatever the operator's rate was of driving, so you were making like 20-some bucks an hour running the sickle bar, and we couldn't find anybody to work for that. So, so if you look at these rates right now, the difference is what the warrant finance committee is doing here is they're cutting rates. And if you look, okay, I'm going to give you an example. Right now, on a 12-yard truck, town of Acton's paying $54 an hour. Take the state rate at 15%, okay? The state rate without the 15% is only $37 an hour. And you add the state rate to it at $42.66. That's an $11.34 difference in an amount. I guess that's great and all that, except if you're the guy that owns the truck is trying to run it for them. So, unfortunately, these rates that the warrant finance are trying to push through, I believe, is not reasonable for these part-time guys. If these guys are working every day with these vehicles, maybe, but these are part-time guys and they'll afford to maintain this equipment and take an $11 an hour decrease in pay. And then at that, even if we passed it at the recommendation of the finance committee, then we're going to have to turn around and we've got to we have to create a whole new line item just for plowing equipment because there isn't any. So I myself, I recommend that we stay with what we've got. I recommend to approve the article.
Additional questions or comments on Article 32? Paul?
So I was on the warrant finance committee around that time. Definitely we had something like you see in front of you, then went to state rate for a few years and that was found unacceptable. And then came back to what you see in front of us here. It is certainly possible to discuss the rationale of the warrant finance committee, down the road, but doing what amounts to changing horses in midstream seems to be inadvisable. So my preference is certainly to not look anywhere except at what is currently on the floor for vote, which is the article as written. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on Article 32? Dennis?
There was quite a bit of discussion in the warrant finance meetings about this. Especially with Mr. Langley, and him and I didn't agree on this, and that's fine. But as far as the rates go, some of the rates that we're paying for equipment is right in line with the state rate plus 15%. Some of it's high and some of it's low. You can't just look at the rate for one or two things. We pay for a lot of different things when it comes out to the road equipment. The state does have rates for everything. The town uses rates. The state has through the bid process and different things that the municipalities buy things through the state. at the rate that they pay. So a little bit of research, I'm sure it won't be that hard to find what the state rates were for stuff. We did it for 40, 50 years, and it worked just fine. And for and I appreciate people that are receiving the money to argue for as much money as they can get for the equipment that they're working. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's one thing that has bothered me for several years now is we've increased the rates for this different equipment. We've increased the rates for the CDL drivers. We've increased the rates for the road commissioners. But the labor rates have been basically the same for 12 years. And excuse me, this year they increased the base rate by $1 for obvious reasons, because minimum wage is going to exceed what our base rate was. But it's been $12 to $18 an hour for the labor for at least 10 years. And all you have to do is look back in the history and you'll see what I'm saying is true. And last year, the road commissioners talked to the selectmen about having a stipend for their position. And the deal that, the agreement that was made to forego the stipend, that they would increase some of the equipment rates instead. So that's what was done. I just think this thing needs to be looked at. I talked to the interim road commissioner about this. It is what it is, but I think it's a conversation that we need to have in the future, and hopefully we will.
Additional comments or questions on Article 32? There was some whispering here.
I guess I probably ought to. The unfortunate part about voting on something that you can't see would be a disservice for the town of Acton in general. But if you look at a common laborer at state rate is $11.67 an hour. The town of Acton rate, I believe, I'm sure it hasn't changed, but it used to be 12 to 18, which was considerably larger. It's 12 to 18 like it has been for the last 4 years. And so, you know, if we go to state rate, that's without the 15%, but I set these rates with Mr. Mooney at least 3 years ago. You know, we changed that because the issue was we've had people who were working for the road commissioners who have been there quite a while and they've been topped out. So by going to the state rate plus 15%, what you're doing is going backwards. And you know, if you look at the CDL drivers at 18, I hate where it pays from $18 to $22 an hour right now. You know, in this line of work that I do to find a driver for under $22 an hour is getting pretty difficult. So it would be a disservice to the road crew, and I believe the town of Acton later on down the road there, we start cutting the roads by cutting the grades, because that's what you're doing. If you look down the line item, on average, it's between a $5 to $9 an hour decrease in pay in everything, except if you're getting into it and want to play, you know, if you're smart enough to do it, which some people are, you know, they still start doing some implements and this and that in there, but at the end of the day, this is a deduction pay. That's all this is. And I don't believe that for the town of Acton to vote on something that they can't even see that they're voting on is even right.
Additional comments or questions on Article 32? Dennis, I don't want to get bogged down in this.
I appreciate
Already being repetitive
that,
here.
but when I get corrected on something,
Okay.
it says right here, $12 per hour.
12 to 18.
12 to 18.
Yep.
I'm saying the base pay, like I said, went up $1 because of the minimum wage is going up. So that's the only change in that, just like I said. And this information that we're talking about was given to the selectmen by the Warrant and Finance Committee. So if this information isn't available for everybody to read today, the Warrant and Finance Committee passed their information on to where they were supposed to. It is not true that everything's gonna go down in price. And if you take the labor rate at the bottom level and you add the 15% on it, it's over $12 an hour.
Additional comments or questions on Article 32? David?
David Langley, Turner Road Commissioner, District 1. Mr. Long was right. We had some strong words about this article. I held my ground. I still hold my ground. You people saw what we went through last winter. We struggled, myself and Joe, limited trucks, so on and so forth. Me and Joe sat down before Warrant Finance Committee that day. We both agreed that we could hold these numbers where we're at for the taxpayers. We didn't go in there and say, hey, we needed more money. The only adjustment that there was for the four-wheel drive over $26,000. It was $2, that was like $2 more than the two-wheel drive. So we asked for $10 more for the four-wheel drive. Like I said, we could have come in with some foolish number and said, hey, this is going to go on, let's sit here and negotiate this, but we didn't. Mr. Long, if you feel that the labor rate is right, let's make an amendment and let's come to a conclusion where we want to be and adjust that labor rate price if that's what we need to do. But I think that if we prove to ourselves where we're at, and I think we're able to operate right like that. I say that we keep it as the selectmen recommended.
Okay, there are some restrictions on going up.
No, I understand. I'm just
That's
saying.
the way the article, at least in my opinion, the way the article is.
If it needs to be later on, then we can discuss it.
Additional comments or questions, Kim?
Well, last year as a select board, we had looked into labor rates too, and noticed that, some people hadn't gotten raises and stuff, and we did work on that. It didn't have anything to do with the dollar going up. Some people hadn't gotten raises in 3, 4, 5 years, so we did work on that, and then this was changed. I also think that most people get, I don't know whether it's yearly or 2 years, where we look into, merit raises and things like that. And I know something we talked about, and hopefully it's something we still can. As far as, I know, we're in a budget and we have to look at it, but, we want to keep our workers too.
Right, I think, I'm sorry, one of the things I hear Dennis saying is that we went up the dollar for minimum wage, which made sense, 12 to 18, but should we have gone up on the other end? How many laborers do you have that are topped out at 18? I think that's, maybe so, and I don't know the answer to that, but that's what I hear him saying, is that, are they topped out, or should that have been increased to 19 so that those commissions could get great wages, or are our laborers not that high up yet?
Well, I mean, the problem we had with the labor rate was when we set the labor rate 12 to 18, and of course what that does, that gives a road commissioner, $6 an hour difference to, give the raises and do whatever they need to do. The problem was we topped out at 18 because the operators and the CDL drivers, in the market out there is worth more money. And of course, if you look at the state, should save that you're saving. So I guess at this point here, down the road, we're going to have to look at, we may have to do that. But at the same time, like any other job that you do, you may top out at what you do. So, but there's a $6 an hour difference between all and 18. My math works. That means, if you hire a guy that's got years and years of experience, you don't have to hire him for $12 an hour. $12 an hour, is for a guy that comes in, or whatever, person that comes in that has no experience, that's, you know, that, like anybody would do, you don't start out at the top rates, and it gives you flexibility to, you know, make that work, you know, for the town of Water or whatever. You know, at these rates right now, yeah, maybe next year we can look at these rates, but, you know, right now, there's no way. It gives us the road commissioners, you know, some level.
Additional comments or questions on Article 32? Paul? No, we're not going to do that, Bill. You got to come up here. If you're tired of listening to this, you got to come up here and make the motion, okay? Paul, we are getting bogged down here, so we're starting to be repetitive. So Paul, go.
On the off chance that this article gets voted down and then reconsidered for the Warren Finance recommendation, I want to point out, again from my Warren Finance time, that one of the reasons stated for going from the state rate back to this line item, itemized town-specific format is that the state rate did not accommodate many of the situations, or some of the situations that we have in town. And so it was difficult to find for some of those situations what rate to pay. So going back to this list that you see in front of you, I believe that it is entirely tailored to the equipment that the town has, that might require payment. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on Article 32?
Just take into consideration, these guys that run for this position has to buy their own trucks, has to insure their own truck, has to register their own truck. The state of Maine does the state trucks, so you've got to take that into consideration.
Additional comments or questions on Article 32? Elise?
Make a motion to move the question.
It's been moved and seconded to limit and debate, move the question, so there's no debate on this. All votes, this requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of moving the question or ending debate, please raise your blue cards. Because everybody's had it. Hands down. Those opposed? Okay, so we are going to immediately vote on the question, Article 32. The motion is to adopt the article as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your blue cards. Take your hands down. Those opposed? Article 32 is adopted as written. Article 33. See if the town will vote to raise $263,506 and appropriate $288,728, with $25,222 to be appropriated from the state LRAP funds received for surfacing reconstruction for District 1 roads. Said funds to be dispersed after a project list, including line item budgeting, as presented to the Board of Selectmen, to be expended as follows. And then it talks about District 1 winter maintenance, District 1 summer maintenance, and District 1 road surfacing reconstruction, all of which add up to the appropriated amount. I think. The appropriated amount. Okay. So there's a little confusion. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article as written. Warren Finance Committee recommends approval of the article as written, 5-0. Is there a motion on Article 33?
Make a motion to approve Article 33 as written.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve Article 33 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 33? Dennis?
I would like to make an amendment to this article that the resurfacing, $99,000, has to be spent strictly for resurfacing.
So you're adding wording, which appears to...
The way it reads now is the road commissioners can take money out of the surfacing account to change culverts, do some ditching, and what they call prep work.
Okay, so I'm going to try to see if I get this right. You're going to add words after the expended as follows. And you're going to say, District 1 road surfacing / reconstruction has to be used for resurfacing, okay, not reconstruction. Right. They characterize it here as road surfacing / reconstruction.
That's right. That's where they ditches.
So you're including that, or you're not including that?
That would not be included.
So just road surfacing.
Just road surfacing.
reconstruction out. Is that what you'd like to do? Just striking that one word?
Well, let me see if is that going to do it, because I guess that's part of the article. So if we essentially strike the word reconstruction, that mandates that 99,000 be spent for resurfacing. So you're satisfied with that, Joe? Is there a second?
My only concern here is that a portion of that $99,000 comes from LRAP funds, which is designated for reconstruction. So paving is one of the things allowed in use of the LRAP funds. The LRAP funds don't want the municipalities to limit it to just service.
Okay, surfacing and shoulder work.
How about, so we're still looking at the words. Is the word, you're talking about the word reconstruction, is the word the state has
Yes.
mandated in order to allocate the LRAP funds. There is the word reconstruction.
Right. There are certain things. There are culvert replacements. There is rebuilding a road, resurfacing a road, heavy ditching, erosion control. Those types of things is what the LRAP money is intended for by state statute.
I guess my issue is, Mr. Moderator, is that a lot of people believe that when they, regardless of how the warrant article is written, they believe that when they are voting $99,000 for this thing, that they get $99,000 worth of paving, and that very rarely happens. And so I just think it's kind of misleading to the people, and I just wanted to clarify it, and whatever.
Is there a second? Here's what happens. We go for this amendment, and it gets approved. The treasurer suggested that might put the use of the LRAP money in jeopardy. That's my interpretation. Now, first of all, is there a second on Dennis's amendment?
I see none.
Okay, so it dies for lack of a second. David, we're now talking about Article 33.
That's correct, Mr. Moderator. For Michelle, that's something we need to make sure. We need to make sure that we don't jeopardize getting that money in. I understand what Mr. Long was saying. When this was first coming to me, I looked at that, $100,000 to actually make the road black. Well, as we went through and looked at the definitions, as Michelle has said, the treasurer, there are certain criteria that money can be used on that. Again, like you said earlier, we cannot adjust the numbers, but the thing we need to understand is that our infrastructure is starting to crumble. We have issues that we need to do. An average town at our size, as Mr. Winchell knows, from his past, we need to be doing at least 3 miles road a year, and we're not doing it. We're lucky. I talked to a paving contractor the other day, and he averaged on District 1 almost 3/4 of a mile. That was what we had funding for. We do have issues that we need to look at and stuff. So my point being is we need to, like you said, watch our language, how we do this, because we don't want to get a letter from the state saying that we've lost funding. And then we'll have to have another meeting to start taking money out of the designated funds.
Let me see if we can get Michelle. You're really basically saying that if somebody, a road commissioner, decides to spend it all on paving, that's okay.
It is okay.
Even
but
though we might need
to restrict the use of it is not okay.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator, are we speaking to
Right up here.
something that's already moved? I mean, the amendment is gone. We're speaking to the amendment. The amendment's gone.
Yep, the motion
We're speaking
is...
to the amendment, but this is a move.
Okay, good point. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions or comments on Article 33? Okay, the motion on Article 3 is to adopt the article as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your blue card. Thank you. Hands down, those opposed. Article 33 is adopted as written. Article 34, to see if the town will vote to raise $268,506 and appropriate $293,728 with $25,222 to be appropriated from the state LRAP funds received for surfacing/reconstruction for District 2 roads. Said funds to be dispersed after the project list, including line item budgeting, has been presented to the Board of Selectmen, being expended as follows. This is the same list, the same amounts of money, except that District 2 flat ground road grading is an additional additional $5,000. Is there and the Board of Selectmen approve the article as written. Warrant Finance Committee recommends the same. Is there a motion on Article 34? Roll it.
Make a motion to approve Article 34 as written.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt Article 34 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 34? Paul?
It appears that last item, the Flat Ground Road grading, is a continuation of last year's Article 26B, in which we put some funds and effort into redoing Flat Ground Road. My question for this year's article is this an anticipated one-time cost, or are there further expenditures expected for Flat Ground Road at this time?
Questions about flat grounds? Can anyone answer that? Here comes Joe. Joe?
I can tell you that what we agreed on last year in the contract that the town agreed on at town meeting requires the road commissioner to continually maintain that road now.
Joe?
That's all I was going to say, it's just that this is just a maintenance road.
Okay. Other questions or comments on Article 34? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 34 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. Hands down those opposed. Article 34 is adopted as written. Article 35, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $184,063 for shared road accounts to be expended as follows. Stockpile, sand and salt, public works building equipment. Total up to be $184,063. Is there a motion on Article 35? Roll.
Make a motion to accept Article 35 as written.
Second.
So moved and seconded to adopt Article 35 as written, which is the recommendation of the Selectmen and the Finance Committee. Are there questions or comments on Article 35? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 35 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. Hands down those opposed. Article 35 is adopted as written. Article 36. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $10,000 for preliminary inspection and/or design of 3 culverts found on the following: H Road, Goose Pond Road, and West Shore Drive. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article as written. Board of Finance Committee recommends the same. Is there a motion on Article 36? Roll.
Make a motion to accept Article 36 as written.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt Article 36 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 36? Leslie?
Leslie Berland, Road Committee Chair. I just want, I don't know if everyone in town knows, the Road Committee has submitted a grant for H Road, and in September, when a new round of grants becomes available, we will be submitting one for West Shore Drive. If we are lucky enough to receive this money, the state will allow us to spend 8% of the grant for engineering. So hopefully we will be getting some money for these culverts, just so everybody knows.
Additional comments or questions on Article 36? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 36 written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Hands down those opposed. Article 36 is adopted as written. Article 37. See if the town will vote to establish pursuant to Title 30A MRSA Section 58011 a capital improvement reserve fund for the repair and/or replacement of bridges and culverts. To raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 for same. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval as written on a 5-1 vote. What's your pleasure, Rose?
Make a motion to approve Article 37 as written.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to adopt Article 37 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 37? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 37 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. Hands down those opposed. Article 37 is adopted as written. Article 38. To see if the town will appropriate from FY20 franchise fee revenues the sum of $34,443 for wages and operational costs of the active public access TV, also known as APAT. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Warrant Finance Committee recommends the same approval as written. Roland.
Make a motion to approve Article 38 as written.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to adopt Article 38 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 38? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 38 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. Hands down those opposed. Article 38 is adopted as written. Article 39, see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $291,620 for the operation of the transfer station. Board of Selectmen recommended approval of the article as written. The Warrant and Finance Committee recommends the same. Let's vote. So let's need a motion on Article 39. Roll it.
Make a motion to approve Article 39 as written.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to adopt Article 39 as written. Are there questions or comments on the transfer station? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 39 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Keep your hands down, those opposed. Article 39 is adopted as written. Article 40, see if the town will vote to raise $21,449 and appropriate $25,449 for operation of the Recreation Department. $4,000 to come from anticipated revenues earned. Any unused funds to lapse to the Recreation Capital Improvement Fund. Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Warrant and Finance Committee recommends the same approval of the article. I need a motion on Article 40. Roll.
Motion to approve Article 40 as written.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt Article 40 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 40? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 40 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Keep your hands down. Those opposed. Article 40 is adopted as written. Article 41, see if the town will vote to appropriate from the Recreation Capital Improvement Fund up to $7,000 for the purchase and installation of a well and a pump in the recreation field on Route 109. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Warrant and Finance Committee recommends approval as written.
Second.
We need a motion first. Roll it first.
Make a motion to approve Article 41 as written.
Now you can say it. Second. You're just trying to trick me, that's all.
No.
The motion is to adopt the article as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 41? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 41 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Take your hands down, those opposed. Article 41 is adopted as written. Article 42, see if the town will vote to appropriate any recreational fundraising revenues that exceed the budgeted amount to be utilized by the Recreation Department during fiscal year FY 1920 to be used during that fiscal year. The Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the articles written. The Warrant and Finance Committee recommends the same. Roll.
Motion to approve Article 42 as written.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve Article 42 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 42? Seeing none, oops, Paul, yeah.
Still. Arguably, this could also apply to the previous article, but certainly we usually see one, sometimes two articles for the rec department, and this year we have three. So I really have two questions. One is, is there anything specific going on, or actually, let me back that up. Is there additional expenditures, additional improvements similar to electricity, lighting, and what was it? Something else last year? Electrical lighting, and I can't even read my own lighting. Flagpole last year that we voted in. This year we have the well and pump. Are there anticipated additional improvements to this? And in general, in the larger picture, what are the overall plans for the rec department? And this sort of ties into obviously increased budget this year for the rec department and the ability to do more fundraising and also appropriate those funds, as they come in. So it seems like there's a lot of things going on over there. Thanks.
Can anyone answer those questions?
I can do that. The maintenance needs to be upgraded around the field. It's supposed to be maintained. There's a lot of trees that have grown up, so they anticipate having somebody cut that. The the field itself needs some work, the parking lot needs some work. So there is the rec department does have they developed a 5-year plan this year, anticipated for the next 5 years, kind of like the fire department. And the issue with this third article is, excuse me, I give you a perfect example. They had a hit-a-thon this year, was raised over $1,000, or approximately $1,000. And with the expenses they had this year, with the revenues come in and what the taxpayers had appropriated, basically they were out of money, and they did squeak through, but it was very tight. Thanks to Michelle and Jen, they made it. But with this additional fundraising, it will allow them to do some of the things that they didn't expect, like this year, to have to replace some of the uniforms and things like that, because they were destroyed for whatever reason. So this is why the difference, and the rec department does have a 5-year plan, which hopefully maybe it's on the rec website or something, I'm not sure.
Additional comments or questions on Article 42? Yes, sir.
Mr. Long pretty much just said it all. The budget has increased this year slightly because a lot of the uniforms were destroyed.
Mr. Moderator, wouldn't it be nice if we spoke through the article?
The article?
We've not have anything to do with this article.
With the Article 42, it says a recreation fundraising revenue exceeded the budget. Good point. So why don't you finish your statement and...
Yeah, the budget for this coming year increased slightly because of the damage to the uniforms for the kids from the previous years. There was mass damage. We had them in sealed containers. So in order to keep the kids looking decent in the upcoming years against the other teams, we had to basically buy new equipment for every sport in this upcoming year, which is why it's also iterated that we have a lot of improvements on the field and some new equipment.
Thank you. The motion on Article 42 is to adopt the article as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Keep your hands down. Those opposed? Article 42 is adopted as written. Article 43, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $250 for Conservation and Forestry Committee. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the articles written. The Warrant Finance Committee recommends the same. Is there a motion? Roll. 43.
Recommend approval of Article 43 as written.
Is there a second? We're moved in second to adopt Article 43 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 43? David?
David Langland, taxpayer. Just, I keep hearing this, for information, all this land was supposedly owned. We in a forestry program where we're going to start harvesting timber and maybe earmark some of this money to the rec department in areas that need to be done. Every year we appropriate money for this, and there's no timber being harvested. So, that's my question.
Question. Can anyone answer the question about harvesting timber? And Steve is here. Steve, the town forester is here. Steve Bodkin, thank you. He was hoping not to have to answer any questions today.
The $250 we're looking at in this article is just...
You get closer to...
The $250 is in order to just simply run the committee itself. We have submitted earlier this year a forestry management plan for the town farm property that's in the process of being approved by the town people right now through the committee structure. So we will have stuff like that to report back in and propose later in time. So there is work out there. There are revenues that could be brought about, but we do obviously have to go through the same process to approve each and every step along that way. So the short answer to your question is yes, all that stuff is in work.
Additional comments or questions on Article 43? Thank you, Steve. Wait a minute, I can speak. Yeah. No. Leslie's coming up. No, Leslie's not coming up. We're done. Okay, the motion is to adopt Article 43 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your card. Hands down those opposed. Article 43 is approved as written. Article 44, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate up to $312,322 for the county tax. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the articles written. Warrant Finance Committee recommends the same. Is there a motion? Roland?
No, I don't want to make
Somebody else want to make a motion?
Yes. Recommend we approve Article 44.
44. Second. So moved and seconded to adopt Article 44 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 44? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 44 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Against that, those opposed. Article 44 is adopted as written. Article 45, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,077 for planning and development to be expended as the forester stipend. Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Warrant and Finance Committee recommends the same. Is there a motion? Roland.
Make a motion to approve Article 45 as written. Second.
Been moved and seconded to adopt Article 45 as written. Are there questions or comments? Paul?
This is largely double what it was last year, so is there 2 people receiving a stipend now, or what is the backstory on that?
Question about release.
There are several stipend positions in the community that hadn't received an increase in 10 plus years, and I felt I made the recommendation to increase those stipend positions, and this one was one of them.
Additional questions or comments on Article 45? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 45 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Against that, those opposed. Article 45 is adopted as written. Article 46. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $3,250 for the cemetery committee for maintenance, placement of flags, markers, and repair of veterans' graves. Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval of the article on a 501 vote. What's your pleasure? Roland.
Make the motion.
No, you got to come up here because we're, folks at home can't.
Make a motion to accept the article as written.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt Article 46 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 46? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 46 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. Against that, those opposed. Article 46 is adopted as written. Article 47. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,600 for donation to the Organic Community Action as requested by the agency. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Is there a motion on Article 47, please?
I'll make a motion to approve Article 47 as written.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt Article 47 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 47? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 47 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. If you against that, those opposed. Article 47 is adopted as written. Article 48, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,000 for donation to the Maine Health Visiting Nurses as requested by the agency. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval as amended. Here's the amendment. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $0 for donation to the Maine Health Visiting Nurses as requested by the agency. That's it. So is there a motion?
Make a motion to accept Article 48 under the Warrant Finance Committee recommendation. $0.
$0.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt the Warrant Finance Committee's recommendation. I'm sorry. Second. The gentleman.
Yes.
What's your first and last name?
Josiah Ross.
Okay, thank you. Susan.
Just to clarify, in regards to the warrant finance, a lot of these we did close down because often they get billed to their insurance companies. So they are not charities, they're just nonprofits. So there were a few of them in there. Visiting nurses, which gets billed to their insurance company, Life Flight, which definitely gets billed, and they are not charities.
Additional comments or questions on Article 48? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the warrant finance committee's recommendation, which is $0 for Maine Health visiting nurses. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your cards. Hands down, those opposed. I think clearly the motion to adopt the warrant finance committee's recommendation is approved. In other words, $0 for Maine Health visiting nurses. Article 49. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,600 for donation to the Southern Maine Agency on Aging, as requested by the agency. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article as written. Warrant Finance Committee recommends the same. Roll.
Motion to approve Article 49 as written.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve Article 49 as written. Are there questions or comments on this donation to the Southern Maine Agency on Aging? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the article as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Take your hands down, those opposed. Article 49 is approved, is adopted as written. Article 50, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $500 for a donation to the Trafton Center. Board of Selectmen recommend approval as written. Warrant Finance Committee recommends the same. Roll. It's your pleasure.
Motion to approve Article 50 as written.
Second.
Moved in second to adopt Article 50 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 50? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 50 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Take your hands down, those opposed. Article 50 is adopted as written. Article 51, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,000 for a donation to the American Red Cross as requested by the agency. Selectmen recommend approval. Warrant Finance Committee recommends an amended version. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $500 for a donation to the American Red Cross as requested by the agency. So the difference here is $1,500. Roland, what's your pleasure?
Motion to approve Article 51 as recommended by Warrant and Finance.
Is there a second? Second. So moved and seconded to adopt Article 51 as recommended by the Warrant and Finance Committee. Are there questions or comments on Article 51?
I will make official for the thought of everyone's mind as to why the 1,500. I assume it has something to do with after the fact billing, but it may not. Certainly I consider the American Red Cross to be worthy of the donation, so what's the deal here? Thanks.
So I think it's 1,000 was the original proposal, right? Roll it.
The deal with the decrease is we did not feel, although we feel American Red Cross is a worthy organization, if you look at the money that is actually spent per donation, American Red Cross has a very small portion. If you donate $1, $1 don't go where you want it to go. A lot of it goes to administrative costs. That's why we felt that we wanted to cut the donation.
Additional questions or comments on Article 51? Seeing that the motion is to adopt the recommendation of the Warrant Finance Committee, which is a $500 donation. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your cards. Hands down, those opposed. Article 51 is adopted as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee, which is $500. Article 52, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $400 for donation to the Child Abuse Protection Council Kids Free to Grow program as requested by the agency. Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Warrant Finance Committee recommends the same approval as written. Roll.
Recommend approval of the article as written.
Second.
The moved and seconded to adopt Article 52 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 52? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 52 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. Hands down. Those opposed? Article 52 is adopted as written. Article 53. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $500 for donation to the York County Shelter Program as requested by the agency. Selectmen recommend approval of the article as written. Warrant Finance Committee recommends the same. Roland.
Motion to approve Article 53 as written.
Second. The moved and seconded to adopt Article 53 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 53? Nancy, are you coming up, or? No, okay.
She's running away.
Seeing none, the motion on Article 53 is to adopt the article as written. I guess we've gone through the question. So all those in favor of the motion, please raise your card. Thank you. Against that, those opposed. Article 53 is adopted as written. Article 54. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $610 for donation to the Lifeline Foundation as requested by the agency. Selectmen recommend approval. Warrant Finance Committee recommends an amended version. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $0 for Lifeline Foundation as requested by the agency. And I guess Ricky's going to make a motion.
I make a motion we go with the selectmen's recommendation.
Okay, is there a second? Been moved and seconded to adopt Article 54 as recommended by the selectmen, which is as written. Are there questions or comments on
Can I make a
Article?
statement?
Sure.
So the Lifeline Foundation is a nonprofit, yes. They bill insurance, yes. But they work mostly on donations. Their donations buy new equipment, new helicopters, new response vehicles. We work with them a lot. They provide a very good service to the town. Some of the people that may be in this room and some of you know are alive because of that. If there was money to be made off of Lifeline, we see helicopters everywhere. They work on donations. They cover the state phenomenally. And it's an organization that I personally feel we should continue to support.
Additional questions or comments on Article 54? Tom Chase.
I guess expenditure or not, what is the benefit of this expenditure to the town of Acton, to the taxpayers?
No question about the benefit to the town. Anyone want to tackle that? Ricky, you want to go?
So as part of their recent expansion coverage, they have a helicopter that's located at Sanford Airport, which is a huge benefit to us because I go from having a 20 to 30 minute helicopter response to minutes. That helicopter was bought 100% on donations.
Okay.
My question
No.
is,
Let him finish. Let him finish. Ricky,
So
go ahead.
the type of donations that we get, that we're giving, go to buy equipment that helps this nonprofit organization that covers our town.
Thank you. Tom Chase.
the question is, whether we expend this or not, is that going to affect the service of Lifeline, whatever, to the town of Acton?
Additional questions, Ricky?
I do not speak on behalf of Lifeline as I'm not an employee nor a member, but I would assume no.
Additional questions or comments on Article 54? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the article as written, which is to provide the donation. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your card. Against that, those opposed. Article 54 is adopted as written. Article 55, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $22,742 for a donation to the Acton Public Library as requested by the agency. The Board of Selectmen recommend approval as written on a 2-0-1 vote. Warrant Finance Committee recommend approval as written on a 5-1 vote. Roll, what's your pleasure?
I don't have one.
Sorry.
Me too. Recommend approve the article as written.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt Article 55 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 55? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 55 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Hands down, those opposed. Article 55 is adopted as written. Article 56, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $22,000 for a donation to the Acton Chaplain Youth Conservation Corps as requested by the agency. Selectmen recommend approval as written. Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval as written on a 5-1 vote. Roll.
Recommend approve the article as written.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to adopt Article 56 as written. Are there questions or comments on the Acton Chaplain Youth Conservation Corps? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 56 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. Hands down, those opposed. Article 56 is adopted as written. Article 57. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $10,000 for donation to the Acton Wakefield Watershed Alliance as requested by the agency. Selectmen recommend approval. Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval of the article. Is there a motion on Article 57?
Make a motion to approve 57 as written.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt Article 57 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 57? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 57 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. Hands down, those opposed. Article 57 is adopted as written. Article 58, see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,000 for donation to Cornerstone DNA. And it's in italics, the agency's full request was $1,958. Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Board of Finance Committee recommends as an amended version to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $0 to the Cornerstone DNA. The agency's full request was as written above. Is there a motion? Elise?
Make a motion to approve Article 58 as written.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt Article 58 as written. Are there questions or comments about Article 58? You can't shout out. We're not listening to any, nobody shout down stuff.
Cornerstone visiting nurses.
Oh, okay.
They're out of New Hampshire.
Are there additional questions or comments on Article 58? Bob, are you coming this way?
I am.
Bob, so we have a question coming up.
Real simple. Stay on this, I get some Bob Rowan. I'm curious to know why there was a Warren Finance Committee recommends 5-1. I'm wondering who did not recommend it. Also, all of them have 5-1, so I'm curious to know if it's the same person or what they're recommending.
So can anyone answer that question? Anyone choose to answer that question? They may not. I get, no, wait a minute. Okay.
Why not? I believe that the answer to the question as to who the individual was that was the no. What's speaking to? I doubt. I'm not going to throw names around.
Okay. Susan, do you want to answer? Well, I think she's going to try to answer this question.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll listen to you.
I was on the Warren and Finance, and the reason again is that it gets billed to insurance. So it is not a charity, it's a nonprofit. But then I think also the NFL was a nonprofit, wasn't it?
You're relevant. You were worried about relevance. So, Tom Chase.
How many people does this service in the town of Acton? Does anybody have an answer to that?
Okay. Cornerstone DNA, is there an answer?
11 served this year, 21 served last year.
Okay. Tom Chase again.
Is this the typical level of service, one visit is 1 day of service, whatever?
210 visits, served 11 residents last year.
Additional questions, Robin?
My experience, my significant other had used this Cornerstone people for 5 years while she was going through her cancer. And now she has passed, but this is a well-deserved company. Yes, they do get billed by the insurance and all that stuff, but they go over and above to care for their patients. And I can do that from experience. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on Article 58?
Joyce Batchay, and like Robin, my husband has been a recipient of care from Cornerstone DNA, and they are above reproach. They know what they're doing. You, 99% of the time, get a registered nurse. Not an LPN, but top people. Very good.
Additional comments or questions? Leslie?
Leslie Berland. My question is, they bill insurance if the patient is not having the pain, they refuse care.
No, they wouldn't. Elliot does. I have a husband who had cancer, and we do not have insurance, and they took care of it.
Additional questions or comments on Article 58? Seeing that the motion is to adopt the article as written, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Against that, those opposed. Article 58 is passed as written. Article 59, see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $300 for donation to the Saco River Corridor Commission as requested by the agency. Selectmen recommend approval. Warrant and Finance Committee recommends approval as written. Is there a motion?
Make a motion to accept the article as written. Second.
The moved and seconded to adopt Article 59 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 59? David?
Dave Langley, taxpayer. I'm just curious, besides this one, later on in a few more articles, you'll see there's two other ones. I'm making State Town, Town of Wakefield, they donate towards this. All three of those articles, but the town of Newfield. So is it just the town of Acton that is asking and giving, they're asking money from us, or do they go to the town of Wakefield? Saco River, Great East Lake, Falls Lake Association, they're also asking for money. Is it just the town of Acton that's, somebody answer this one?
Did anyone answer the question as to whether neighboring towns are donating?
I'm sure they're asking neighboring towns, but I can't, I have to look into whether or not they're donating, whether the voters are voting, but we have to look into it.
No, we don't have
any other question.
What's that?
I didn't hear the question.
Okay.
My question is, oh, go ahead, Mr. Miller.
So the question was, are other towns that benefit from the Saco River Corridor Commission donating to that? Saco River Corridor Commission goes all the way down to Biddeford. All those towns are members. Now, whether they donate or not, I have no idea.
So, and my other question, it's all right to go with, like I said, there's two more articles. There's one for the Great East Lake Association, which borders the town of Newfield, the town of Wakefield, and Falls Lake Association is also asking for money, which also borders the town of Wakefield. My question is the town of Wakefield contribute to this, or is it just the taxpayers of the town of Acton?
Yeah. And so we don't know for sure. Tom Chase, go ahead.
I like your characterization of who benefits from the Saco River Corridor Commission. We are paying for multiple layers of different agencies, making us jump through the same hoops 3 or 4 times to accomplish the same purpose. The Saco River Corridor Commission is just another way of throwing another roadblock so you can't put your dock in the water. It's a complete, utter tripling down on regulation that makes absolutely no sense, and if we donate to this, all we're doing is just ripping more money out of this pocket.
Other comments or questions on Article 59?
To answer Dave's question, I'm affiliated with Falls Lake, and I can tell you that Newfield and Wakefield do make contributions to the state organization that Falls Lake is requesting at the same amount.
That's a different article.
I know about that.
Okay, so the question was about the Saco River. We're going to get to Falls Lake in a minute. So the Saco River Corridor Commission, apparently we still don't have an answer on that as to whether the neighboring towns contribute. Are there other comments or questions on Article 59? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the articles written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Make your hands down, those opposed. I think we're pretty clearly opposed, yes. We have a lot of people not voting. But I'm going to, what's that?
Want to do it one more time?
Okay, let's do it just to give people a chance here. Although Jay criticized me for doing this. We're doing this by hand. So the motion is to adopt the article as written. All those in favor of that motion on the Saco River Corridor Commission, please raise your cards. Take your hands down. Those opposed? Whoa. Now we got some people awake. Okay, so this motion fails. It's not approved. So there's no, Michelle, there's no doubt about what that means. That means $0. Okay, just so everybody's clear, what we've done is defeated that motion, and so there's no dollars going to Saco River Corridor Commission. Article 60, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $734 for donation to Caring Unlimited as requested by the agency. Selectmen recommend approval. Warrant Finance Committee recommends, also recommends approval as written. Roll.
Motion to approve Article 60 as written.
Moved and seconded to adopt Article 60 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 60? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 60 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Make your hands down, those opposed. Article 60 is adopted as written. Article 61. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,000 for donation to Maine Behavioral Health as requested by the agency. Selectmen recommend approval. Warrant and Finance Committee recommends approval on a 3-3 vote. Roll, what's your pleasure?
Recommend approval Article 61 as written.
Second. Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
point of order.
Come on up here, please.
A 3-3 vote is not approval. It's a vote in the
Right,
negative.
the motion was to approve as written,
No,
okay?
I'm talking about the Warrant Finance Committee's recommendation.
Okay. Approve the article, that's correct.
It is in the negative. They
Right.
voted to not approve it.
So I'm glad they put the 3/3 in there, because that is a...
That's the
right.
motion for clarity, that's the motion that the Warren Finance actually made. Their motion was to approve the article as written. You're right. it's
Okay,
three
it
votes,
failed, so they voted to not approve it.
but that wasn't the motion that
No,
was said out
no,
loud by
okay, it is
them.
not
I
approved.
realize that, but what I'm saying is
Okay.
that what was said out loud from the
Okay.
committee member was to prove it as written, and that was it.
Regardless.
Well, I'm just trying to
You are
clarify.
All right, my question is this Maine Behavioral Health the same Maine Behavioral Health that was gobbled up by the Maine Medical Center and everything else?
No, but can anyone answer Maine Behavioral Health?
It is part of Maine Health.
Okay, so it's going, this is Maine Medical Center, we donate or not, but it's Maine Medical Center we donate to.
Additional questions or comments on Article 61? Stuff I don't like to admit Tom Chase is right. So he'll come back next year. Okay, no other comments. The question on Article 61, the motion is to approve the article as written. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your cards. Make your hands down, those opposed. Okay. Article 61 fails to pass. Article 62, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $500 for donation to the Sexual Assault Response Agency as requested by the agency. Selectmen recommend approval. Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval 5-1. Roland, what's your pleasure?
Motion to approve the article as written.
Second.
So moved and seconded to adopt Article 62 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 62? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the articles written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Take your hands down, those opposed. Article 62 is adopted as written. Article 63, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $2,000 for donation to the Acton Shapley Historic Society as requested by the agency. Selectmen recommend approval. Warrant Finance Committee recommends an amended version to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,000 for donation to the Acton Shapley Historic Society as requested by the agency on a 4-1 vote. And so the difference is $2,000 versus $1,000. Roland, what's your pleasure?
Make a motion to approve the article as recommended by Warrant Finance.
Is there a second? Is there a second to the motion? Second. Moved and seconded to adopt Article 63 as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee. Are there questions and comments? Tom Chase.
Does anybody know what the funds donated to the Historical Society are expended upon?
Can anyone answer the question?
Is it gift favors at the wish parties or what?
Roland, can you answer that question?
The funds are not specifically designated. Therefore, the Historical Society uses the funds at their discretion. The biggest thing that they've been working on is the old former Grange over in Shapley. They also have something that they're trying to undertake as far as the Lincoln School goes here in Acton. But again, there is no specific designation, and I am a member of the Historical Society, so I will abstain.
Okay, so the clerk has handed me some information that the Historic Society has provided. 2,000, same as the amount requested last year. The same amount has been requested from the town of Shapley. The additional funds being used to rehabilitate the old Grange Hall across the street from Shapley Town Hall. 2 years ago, the Acton Board of Selectmen authorized the Acton Shapley Historic Society Commission to raise funds for repairs to the Lincoln School. We have established a separate Lincoln School fund, with the extra funds being requested to be applied to that fund. We would like to feel that this will be a joint venture in making the necessary repairs to save this historic old one-room schoolhouse. In addition to our involvement in Lincoln School, we have been active in cleaning up some of the old cemeteries in town. The Acton History Book has been reprinted, and Ruby Treadwell has contributed the proceeds toward maintenance and preservation of the Lincoln School. Okay.
And can I just make sure I have this motion right? So Roland Waterhouse made a motion to go with a lower amount of one finance, but
He did.
he told us he was on the committee too.
He did.
Okay.
Yes, and if he wants to add to that.
No, no, I just want to make sure that I,
Okay. So the motion in front of us is to adopt the Warrant Finance Committee's recommendation, which is the $1,000 donation, which is lower by half than the original. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, the motion on Article 63 is to adopt the Warrant Finance Committee's recommendation, which is a $1,000 donation. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your cards. Hands down those opposed. The Warrant Finance Committee recommendation passes. Article 64.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Reconsider this article as written?
Can you reconsider?
Well, I voted on the prevailing
You can make a motion to reconsider.
That's what I just did.
Okay? So you're moving reconsideration. Is there a second? Moved and seconded for reconsideration. So we don't do this very often. Wait a minute. Get the rule book out. Just make sure you're doing it right. Reconsider.
Vote on the affirmative side.
What's that?
As long as he voted on the affirmative side.
Yeah, but I'm trying to make sure we get the right, what's the reconsideration is just a majority vote. Okay, that was my other question. Okay, so in front of us is a motion to reconsider what we just did. What we just did on Article 63 is approve the Warrant Finance Committee's recommendation. All those in favor of reconsideration, please raise your cards. Hands down those opposed. Good. We can count, or we can, okay, put your hands down. See if we can wake up some of the people who are, okay. So all of those in favor of reconsideration, please raise your cards. Hands down. Those opposed? Clearly, we are opposed to reconsideration, and therefore, we are sticking with what we just did on Article 63, which is to approve a $1,000 donation as opposed to a $2,000 request. Is everybody clear on what we just did? Article 64, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,000 for a donation to the Southern Maine Veterans Cemetery Memorial Association as requested by the agency. Selectmen recommend approval. Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval of the article 5-1. Roland.
Recommend approve the article.
Second.
Approve the article as written. Approval as written. Okay, it's been seconded by Bill. Motion is to adopt Article 64 as written. Any comments or questions about Article 64? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 64 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. Hands down those opposed. Article 64 is adopted as written. Article 65. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $2,000 for a donation to the Great East Lake Improvement Association as requested by the agency. Board of Selectmen recommend approval. Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval on a 5-1 vote. Roland.
Recommend approve the article as written.
Second. Moved and seconded to adopt Article 65 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 65?
Being a past member of the board of the Great East Lake Association, to answer the question that was previously stated, Wakefield does contribute to the Great East Lake Association, and the Great East Lake Association also puts the buoys in the lake for the people that go out there, and they also pay for the attendance at the boat launch to make sure that weeds don't get in there. They do the boat inspections from Memorial Day to Labor Day.
Okay, we are on Article 65. Are there additional comments or questions on Article 65? Motion is to adopt the article as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Take your hands down. Those opposed. Article 65 is adopted as written. Article 66, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $2,000 $2,500 for donation to the Acton Ecumenical Food Pantry as requested by the agency. Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Warrant Finance Committee recommends the same. Roll, what's your pleasure?
Motion to approve the article as written.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to adopt Article 66 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 66? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the article as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your card. Anything against, down, those opposed? Article 66 is adopted as written. Article 67. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $5,000 for donation to the Balch Lake Improvement Association. The agency requested $5,500. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article as written. The Warrant Finance Committee recommends as an amended version. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $0 for donation to the Balch Lake Improvement Association. And again, the request was $5,500.
I make a motion to accept the motion as was written.
Okay, as written. Is there a second to the motion to adopt as written? It's Article 67. Are there questions or comments? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Kathleen Lisbon, I'm the operations manager for Balch Lake for on-water operations. So to answer the previously asked question, yes, the town of Wakefield and the town of Newfield both contribute to Balch Lake improvement. The donation ask is consistent with the year past that has been approved, and much like Grady's Lake from Maine through actually Columbus Day weekend, and it's had all those commitments and that water.
Other questions or comments on Article 67? Yes, sir.
I'd also like to add that Balch Lake does have a problem with milfoil, and part of the funds that are used is for removing that milfoil. And because the lake does go into the Ossipee River, Little Ossipee River, and it may have effect on other lakes and ponds in the area. So that milfoil reduction is very important to the removing hazards in the Balch area.
Other questions or comments on Article 67?
Just an explanation as to the recommendation of the Warrant Finance Committee. We recommended a zero donation, primarily because of the fact that the Balch Lake Improvements Association has a very large checkbook balance, and we did not feel it was appropriate to throw them another $5,000.
Additional comments? Wait a minute. Go ahead, come on up.
Well, yes, at the beginning of the season, we did have a healthy bank account to a large part of donations from components on the lake. We have also expended quite a bit of those money for very expensive operations to run. We run 12
Okay, you want to get closer to the mic? I can hear it, but apparently we can't. Tell us again, but up the volume.
Mr. Moderator?
Wait a minute.
Don't we have to vote on people that aren't?
Are you not? Are you a resident of Acton?
I am representing Balch Lake.
Okay, so you're not a resident. Okay, so we should have voted on whether you should be right to speak. So I guess you want to continue to make your point. So what is your name?
My name is Kathleen Lisbon. I'm the
Okay.
operations manager for Balch Lake Improvement.
Okay, so we would need a motion to allow her to speak.
I make a motion to allow her to speak.
So it's been moved and seconded that this young lady be allowed to finish her speech, which she's already given us at least once. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your blue cards. Thank you. Against that, those opposed? Fabulous. We'll let you finish your speech, okay?
So yes, while at the beginning of the season, we did have a healthy bank account due in large part to donations and fundraising that we do ourselves. It's a very expensive operation that we operate 12 weeks a year, and much of that has already been completed with still another 6 weeks to go. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on Article 67? Okay, the motion is to adopt the article as written. All those in favor? Wait a minute, we got some more comments here.
Norm Lambert, I'm a taxpayer as well. 5,000 is a lot. Why can't we do 2,000 like we do with the Great East?
You can.
Well,
And if you want to make an amendment,
Yes, I do.
You can go down, you can't go up. So,
All right, let's make it 2,000.
so your motion is to raise and appropriate $2,000 for the Balch Lake Improvement
That's
Association.
important to keep that water quality up, and I can't see not giving them anything at all.
Okay, is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to amend Article 67 to raise and appropriate $2,000. Okay, now we're open for discussion about the amended version, 2,000. Anybody want to comment on $2,000? Yes, sir.
I'd just like to, some of the money that is being spent, and we did have a large amount, we paid to have a boat with multiple divers go down to actually remove milfoil. It's very expensive. And as Kevin said, they spent about 12 weeks of the summer from late April or early May into September to actually remove milfoil. They do it. They also do it at another lake, Arrowhead, I believe. And just so you know, that milfoil has caused a significant problem in the Arrowhead lake area where property taxes and home values have increased significantly because of the milfoil and the lack of people using the lake as much as they have in the future.
We are now talking about the amended version of Article 67. The amended proposal is to raise $2,000. Are there any additional comments or questions on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion to amend this article is before us. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your blue cards. Hands down. Those opposed? Article 67 is amended to reduce the 5,000 to 2,000. Now we're open for additional discussion about the article itself. So we're going to vote again on this one at $2,000. Additional comments or questions? The Article 67 as amended is to raise and appropriate $2,000 for the Balch Lake Improvement Association. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your cards. Take your hands down, those opposed. Article 67 is adopted at $2,000 as amended. Article 68, see if the town will vote to appropriate up to $25,000 from the capital improvement fund for renovation of the kitchen and town hall. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Warrant Finance Committee recommends ought not to pass. 3-3. It's the same dilemma, but
the wording correct.
Just to correct on
That's
this.
the motion that particular Warren Finance Committee
That was the
member
motion.
made.
Okay, so 3-3 resulted.
Type what they say.
That 3-3 resulted in an off not to pass recommendation. Roland.
I love it.
The motion is.
The motion is accept the Warren Finance Committee recommendation.
Motion has been moved and seconded. Is that Nancy? Was it Nancy to adopt Article 68 as recommended by the Warrant Finance Committee, which is to vote no. Now, here's the dilemma before we start here. In order to approve, the recommendation is to vote no. In order to approve a no vote, you're going to have to vote yes. So what we have in front of us is a negative motion. So Roland, I'm going to ask you to go back.
I'm going to rescind my motion.
Okay, let's go back. And so if you're opposed to this, we'll get to this. If you're opposed to this, you're going to be voting yes in opposition. Okay. Excuse me, you're going to be voting no in opposition. Go ahead. I'll try to explain this. Go ahead, make the motion.
My motion is to approve $0 for Article 68.
So you want to amend the article?
No amendment, you want to...
Yeah. You don't.
Point of order, you don't even have a motion to accept the article yet.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, we do. We're saying that that's not a legitimate motion because you can't make a negative motion.
Right, correct, and that's my point, is you haven't had a motion to accept the article.
So we're saying we need a legitimate motion, and we're still waiting for Roland, because there's a way to do this, Roland, and that's just to adopt the articles written, and if you're, and vote it down.
Okay. Adopt the article as written.
Are you okay? Thank you. Is there a second? Is there a second? So the motion is to adopt the articles written. Bill, did you?
You did, someone else did.
Who, Tom did?
No.
No, who seconded it? Bill did.
The guy raising his hand.
Okay, what's your name? What's that? Okay, now we're open for discussion on the motion is to adopt the article as written on Article 68.
I guess this is more of a point of order. If in fact the ought not to pass was the motion at the meeting, then in fact, according to what we were talking about before, a 50-50 vote is insufficient to move that. So this is in fact by Warren and Finance, a motion to adopt the article. Because it was a negative motion, it failed, so it turned into a positive motion. Of course, that moved. That was a point of order. Getting back to the article itself, the capital improvement, excuse me, I'm in the wrong article. Kitchen in the town hall. So anyone who has been in the kitchen or has seen the kitchen in the last couple of decades understands that it needs a lot of work, and we're probably just waiting for something really catastrophic to happen so that we can't use it anymore. So 25 grand seems reasonable for kitchen. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on Article 68? The motion is to adopt the article as written. Nancy? Or Roland, did you want to?
I will wait.
Okay.
Well, let the lady go first.
Okay.
One of the main problems with the kitchen is that the water is non-potable. Let's say, would this money be used to make this water potable? The other major issue is the fact that the water draining out of the sink freezes continually. If you're just going to put in granite counters and change the flooring, which obviously needs it, and the Catholics, you're really putting lipstick on the pig.
Additional comments?
So if I can, so we did have Nelson Valley Builders, Jim Fisk, come in and do some designs and some work. It is going to address all of the freezing issues, Nancy, that's correct. It is not going to change that the water is not drinkable. It's not, you can't drink it anywhere in the building. We have portable coolers for that reason, but that's a much more expensive, and that's something that you have to either put some sort of filtration system in the entire building, or go back to what previous board members have talked about, capping the well and trying to figure out where the salt is coming from. We have water tests every year, and there's no easy fix to that issue, and that's why we have to pull in the spring. But it will definitely fix the freezing, the electrical parts, everything, the electric popping every time you plug in more than 1 or 2 things in the election hall. It'll address that piece of it, and obviously the cabinets and floor and so forth.
Additional comments or questions on Article 68? Roland, you're up.
I'm just looking to make sure that nobody else looking. I think it's a waste of money. I don't disagree that it doesn't need to be redone. However, we got a building that hasn't even been finished outside. Look at the back of the building. That looks atrocious. We're going to spend $25,000 to redo the kitchen, which we don't cook in. We can't drink the water. It's a waste of money, my opinion.
Additional questions or comments on Article 68?
Just to reply to the outside of the building piece, we have gone out to bid year after year looking for somebody that wants to finish the vinyl siding, and we just don't get bids that come back. So certainly if you know someone, send them our way. I'm hoping that this board will reconsider it again next year, but we just can't find people that want to finish the vinyl siding. So that's why that's not moving forward.
So if we're talking about the electrical popping?
The wrong word, sorry. That's the breakers need to be, it needs to add to it.
So we could have an electrical problem in the building, and it seems to me that we could be calling the fire department if we don't address this.
Additional questions or comments on Article 68? Joyce?
I'm a member of the Owls. We are a group of 5 women, all of a certain age, shall I say, once a month from March through December, we cook for the senior citizens. We normally have 37 people, men and women, who come to our meals, and we invite the ladies of the town hall as well. So we plan on 40 to 42 people once a month. We used to be able to go in, cook, wash the dishes, do everything we could right there. Now, we cook at home. We have brought our own silverware. We have gone to using, I hate to use the word disposable, but we don't use styrofoam. We use paper plates and things like that. We take, one of my responsibilities is, I take the silverware home every week. And if you just do the quick math, that's about 120 pieces, and I wash them myself. And because we can't wash them there. We're dealing with senior citizens. We do the cooking at home, we transport it in, and we clean up. The kitchen needs a lot of work, and I think looking at the health issues first. The well has to be addressed, the electricity has to be addressed, and $25,000 is a drop in the bucket. I think we need more money, and if we knew $25,000 was going to be a start, that would be one thing. But between those kinds of issues, and we have an issue of pets, you know, the little furry pound with a long tail? And that's probably no different than anybody's home here. But the building itself, you can find holes here, holes there, little ways that these little pets get in. And nobody likes them. I remember showing Jennifer one time, and she almost left the building.
My office traps them daily, and that's part of the need for, you know, bringing this up to a more current, you know, you're right, the drawers are full of mouse.
Yeah, they are. And
why do we need to redo it?
We need to redo it, but I honestly believe we need closer to $75,000. I mean, a home kitchen. If any of you have remodeled a home kitchen, or any of you in a camp have gone in and tried to modernize, you know, $25,000 doesn't go very far, so.
And it doesn't, and the board's aware it may not make it perfect, but these are, you know, low-grade commercial countertops. These aren't things that, you know, some of you may find in your homes as far as the marble top and the fancy. I mean, these are quotes, this quote came directly from Jim Fisk, who, you know, the town has used a lot for those types of things. So it may, you know, we were banking on maybe another $5,000 coming out of the building maintenance, if it's not quite enough, but it would get the bare basics, it would get the mount shards, and it would fix the basics of it. But you're right, it's not going to make it perfect, but it would be a start.
I'm looking at it from we have some people, and there's a lady in the audience today, I won't name her, but she's hitting that century mark this year. We have people who are older and looking at their health. That's why we look at our own homes, and we bring things in, and we take the dirty dishes out, and clean those at our own homes. It has to be addressed. If this is a start, I'm all for it. If this is only, as someone said, putting lipstick on a pig, then I think we need to not do it. Focus on getting water to the building for everybody who's there, drinkable water. And make that the start. And then maybe we have to look at a total remodeling of that town hall part of the building. Thank you.
Additional questions or comments on Article 68? Yes, sir.
So I understand the need for a kitchen, sounds like it could be used, but without water, potable water, what's the point of having a full-play kitchen in the middle of the building that it sounds like is what needs to work overall? Why would you choose to pick the kitchen first to renovate or improve when the rest of the buildings, I mean, potable water, you said breakers will trip, you plug devices into the electrical, so obviously the electrical system is
Right, breakers will need to be added, and that's all part of the renovation. It's not going to do it all, but the water, not differently. The water, I mean, you can wash dishes with the water and wash the floor. The only problem with the water test, and there are public records that you can see that, is the high salt content. So it can be used for everyday use, it's just a drinking piece.
So yeah, just questioning why so much money is being allocated to the kitchen, why that would be chosen first. It sounds like some of the problems are like dirt. I understand that that's nice, so other tasks that can be cleaned up. why we have to replace countertops or replace appliances, or I'll be honest, I don't know what the kitchen looks like. I don't know what someone compared it to the kitchen at home, we're gonna be warm our house, so I'm trying to understand why that this much money would be allocated for a kitchen when the rest of the building is in such dire shape. Why would we need a total?
Additional questions or comments on Article 68? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 68 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Hands down, those opposed. Okay, I think we're going to count. We're going to count it. Okay, so the motion on Article 68, make sure our counters are ready to go, is to adopt the article as written, which is to raise $25,000. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Hands down. Those opposed, please raise your cards.
Eighteen.
36, 36. So, I was looking at Jay because he reminded me about this before. So, the tie vote basically fails. So, well, the moderator can vote too. So that's just really in trouble. Now, we're going to call this a failed vote. 36 to 36 is the number we got, so it does not pass. The criticism before Jay brought up during the break that we had was that you can't, once you vote, you can't just, because you don't like the results, start voting again without going through the reconsideration process. And so we're not going to do that. Because he properly reported, we did it once today. We were uncertain as to the results, so we rewrote it. And then we got it this fall, but apparently, so we're not going to do that, which I think is more proper. Okay, Article 69, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $18,265, appropriate $25,000 for the Dam Capital Reserve Fund, and appropriate $40,000 from the undesignated fund, for a total appropriation of $80,265 for dams. And then there's some detail, Mouse and Watershed Dam Coalition annual maintenance, the same dam capital dam project, the Walsh Lake operator study. Selectmen recommend approval. Warren Finance Committee recommends approval 5-1. Roland.
Recommend we approve Article 69 as written.
Second. Moved and seconded to adopt Article 69 as written. Are there questions or comments? I see Leslie's up here first.
Leslie Berland, what exactly is this?
Can somebody explain what these dollars are for?
I can take care of that. A few years ago, I don't know how many years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, we decided to join Shapley and Sanford in this coalition. This dam comes out of Mousom, the lower end of Mousom, and flows downriver towards Sanford, and eventually into pond number 1 towards Sanford. So this dam is the dam that holds back Mousom. Without this dam, Mousom is reverted back to a river. Right now, we have a major problem with that dam. It's leaking, and we're estimating about $300,000 to rectify the leak, or at least most of the leak. As you know, with an earthen dam, you can probably not stop every ounce of water, but there is so much going through it that the dam inspector from the state has said that this needs to be addressed. This is something that this coalition's been working on for a couple of years. We've gone back and forth with different engineering firms and different companies. We've had numbers anywhere from $200,000 to $300,000, up as high as $400,000 to $500,000 to fix this. The first part of this, the Mousom Watershed Coalition, the annual maintenance, the $77.15, that's what we've normally paid for the last few years. for the dam operator and general maintenance around the dam, because we mow, keeping things mowed and whatnot. The bottom one, Balch Lake, that's pretty self-explanatory, that's a stipend for the dam operator on that one. Like I said, the big one, the 75,000, is basically our portion to help rectify the leaks in the dam. The way this was set up is the three towns got together, Sanford agreed to pay 50%, and then Acton and Chapley 25%. So the 75,000 is our 25% of what's estimated to be 300,000 to do the repair.
Additional, more questions?
Yeah, my concern is, we have our own failing infrastructure. We have 2 bridges in town that the state has rated. I think one is like 21, the other is like 29, which is a failing grade. So, and we're not putting money aside, we put 25,000 aside for our own bridges. So, we have our own major problems here in town that we're not putting money aside to rectify.
Additional questions or comments on Article 69?
This question's for the treasurer. So I see a dam capital reserve fund here. There's also references to dam capital improvement fund on the next article. I'm just curious as to whether there's one or two funds here, and if there are 2 funds, then why is the dam capital reserve fund not in Article 7? Or at least it doesn't appear to be.
It is. It's the dam capital improvement fund is the same as the dam capital reserve.
Okay, so sometimes in this warrant, we call it dam capital improvement, and sometimes we call it dam capital reserve, but it's one fund.
Yes.
Thank you.
It is the dam account.
Additional questions or comments? Tom Chase.
This dam is owned by the town of Sanford due to when the Goodall bills went out. It is in the town of Chapley, but it vastly affects the value and the tax base of the town of Acton. The town of Sanford could easily abandon the dam. If they only ask Acton and Chapley to donate 25% to maintain that tax base for the town of Acton, it is a bargain. Jump at it.
Additional comments or questions on Article 69? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 69 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your card. Thank you. Hands down those opposed. Article 69 is adopted as written. Article 70. See if the town will vote to carry forward the following fund balances and allow the balance carried forward to be appropriated to the designated department for the ensuing year. Cemetery.
Moderator, I make a motion to dispense with the reading.
Thank you. Is there any objection to that motion? Seeing none. I just want to point out, again, we have the last item here in italics. That does not mean that it's somehow different. That, unless someone can tell me that is just part of this article, right?
For informational purposes only?
Oh.
Just for informational purposes only.
Okay, so it's not part of it.
Transparency.
Okay. Okay. That explains the italics. So there's a list here. Then to carry forward but not appropriate unless previously appropriated in other articles the following fund balances: the ambulance capital improvement fund, dams, fire department capital. And again, there's a change here, which is fire department capital and vehicle fund and the recreation capital improvement fund. All other unexpended fund balances and revenues to lapse into the undesignated fund. Lapse school balances to be designated for school funding only. And again, in italics, that's just for information, right? Okay. For information purposes only. And again, that following gives you a whole list of funds that are part of this. Board of Selection recommend approval of the articles written. Warrant and Finance Committee also recommends approval of the articles written. Roland.
Motion to approve Article 70 as written.
Second. It's been moved and second to adopt Article 70 as written. Are there questions or comments? Paul.
I'm curious what activity is planned for the forestry reserve funds, which this year have moved from being this bottom section, which is to carry forward but not appropriate, and This year, they're in the top section, which is to carry forward and appropriated. So I'm assuming that either there's an error here, or more likely, there's some intended use for those funds this year. Thanks.
I think the intention was, when the warrant was created, we hadn't received the forestry plan that Mr. Bodkin spoke of earlier. So in anticipation of that not coming in before the end of the year, we wanted to make sure those funds were carried over and they could continue with that. However, we have received the plan, and there's minimal money left over from the $3,000 appropriation last year, so it simply just wasn't moved.
Additional questions or comments on Article 7? Jay?
Yes, I just have a quick question about the money that's lapsing. Does it go to pay for what we just appropriated today, or is it in addition to?
Question?
I guess I'm not sure exactly what the question is.
Pick anything, pick the District 1 and District 2 road surfacing and reconstruction. We just appropriated previously today. Is this money to pay down?
No. So this is in addition to the initial appropriation. So that whatever they have left over this year will get carried over towards next year. Plus what you've appropriated.
Okay, I would say that doesn't make a lot of sense, because if we say that we've appropriated the $98,000 or whatever it was for District 1, why are then we turning around and giving more money that they haven't even asked for? Because it's lapsing. Why wouldn't that just go back into general funds?
Typically with most departments it does. Roads being different because lots of times projects will be halfway started this time of year. They'll need the money to finish the project. They've already planned it out. Mr. Winchell can probably give you a better explanation of why the roads specifically are carried over.
So back, I think 3 years ago, what would happen is if I did a road project somewhere, say I had $15,000 left on that project, I would end up losing that money at the end of the year. So what would happen was, what Scott and I ended up doing is we came to the town and asked them to roll it over. That way there, you could use that $15,000 the next year, of course, there's some grinding or whatever, but the problem is you couldn't have a paving company coming in and do $15,000 worth of paving. So instead of losing that money, we rolled it over. As of this year, I believe District 2 had around $30,000 of paving money in the prior year. That money was being used for grinding or whatever. All it does is it helps the paving companies along, and highways and bridges. Typically, you don't want to have money left over in certain towns, but if you have a couple $1,000 at the end of the year, it made it very difficult because you didn't want to overspend. But when you have bills coming in, you always left yourself a little bit just in case you built your culvert didn't come in for a month, which would happen. So you just don't want to lose that money, so you roll it over.
I'm not sure what you mean by lose that money, but the question that I have, though.
Wait a minute, one at a time. Jay.
The question that I have is, on Article 24, we just appropriated another $90,000 for overdraft, right? So why wouldn't we use the money that's still left there to pay, why didn't we have to do another $90,000?
I think Kim is basically saying it's a different account, different purpose, Kim, is that right?
Right. The overdraft, I don't want to say this, we can't use that. You know, how do I want to explain this out? Okay, we have a summer account, a winter account. So right now you're talking about summer money that would be rolled over, okay? And then you're talking about winter money that can be overdraft. You can't take that summer money and use it towards the winter overdraft. That's something you can't
Okay, so then you shouldn't be able to use the money that you're lapsing for something.
It's going towards summer work, though. It's, yeah.
What the problem was we were getting $90,000 a year for pay. We were getting $84,000 a year for our summertime maintenance. Those are underfunded accounts that always had that. But the problem was at the end of the year, we had, for accounting purposes, we didn't want to spend up to, we want to lose money, but we didn't want to lose that money. Instead of lose that money, you do lose that money. It goes back into the undesignated fund. Okay, so every year, you had $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, you could put that towards your paving account, keep rolling over, that added up. So, seeing we weren't, the budget wasn't going up, we kept getting flatline budgets for years after years after years. $10,000 was a lot of money. You didn't want to see it go back to that designated fund. That's why you do this. Now, those are the only two accounts that you do is general maintenance and paving. The winter time, there's no rollover. Unless we still want to budget for these, winter time, those go over all the time. The state lets us go over 50%, but you don't want to roll a huge number. Okay, for winter time stuff. Or you look at tax budget, you have a winter where you don't have any snow, you still make a tax budget. But what happened, I guess I'm getting off over here, but the rollover made it so the departments didn't end up losing any money. We keep adding up.
Jay?
If you don't spend it, it's not lost money, it should go back, right? So, but that's what, so if we're able to go the next year and get undesignated money and ask for more money because you overspent, we should be able to do that on the summertime instead of just rolling that money over because it's not an accurate budget.
But hopefully, with this line item budgeting that we're asking for, hopefully, we won't have this issue anymore either. We will know what the project's on.
We're getting a signal that we're off base here. Is that the Tom Chase?
No, I mean, I was trying to get fit for where the niche was. The winter maintenance account, the town has to spend for public safety whatever is required to complete the winter, do what they have to do. That is why we have an overdraft. The town is required to keep plowing the roads, and it's going to cost money, and we have to pay for it when we get to town meeting. Summer maintenance is basically repairing the roads. Now, the town has agreed that these particular accounts, the summer maintenance accounts, because of how contracting works, and something may not quite be done, and we have to finish up the project that we started last year, we carry that money over. It's just we've decided that that's the best way to spend our road money. Simple as that. It's not, the winter and summer have nothing to do with each other.
For instance, I just want to walk that right there. One issue that Dave and Joel are going to have is you're at the mercy of your paving guys. If they don't show up, you don't want to lose that money just because they didn't show up. So it gives them a little bit of a wiggle room and save money.
I'd like to make a motion to move the question.
Motion's been made. Is there a second to ending debate and moving the question? All those in favor of ending debate, please raise your blue cards. Take your hands down. Those opposed. Okay, the motion on Article 70 is to adopt the article as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your blue cards. Take your hands down. Those opposed. Article 70 is passed as written. Article 71, see if the town will vote to accept any and all funds received from the state of Maine and the federal government and appropriate any designated revenues received to their designated use. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Warrant Finance Committee recommends the same. Is Roland available? Yep.
Just hanging out in the corner.
Okay.
Make a motion to accept this article as written.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt Article 71 as written. Are there questions or comments about Article 71? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the articles written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. Against, now those opposed. Article 71 is adopted as written. Article 72, to see if the town of Acton will authorize the transfer of excess funds from the school's undesignated fund balance to offset taxes contingent on the Acton School Department fund balance policy, and there being a surplus at the end of the fiscal year. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the articles written. Warrant and Finance Committee recommends the same. Roland.
Recommend approval Article 72 as written.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt Article 72 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 72? Seeing none, all those in favor of Article 72 as written, please raise your cards. Against, and those opposed. Article 72 is adopted as written. Article 73, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $769,907 from fiscal year 2019-2020 anticipated municipal revenues to reduce the amount to be raised by taxation during the tax commitment. Selectmen recommend approval. Warrant and Finance Committee recommends approval as written. Roll.
Recommend approval Article 73 as written.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt Article 73 as written. Are there questions or comments?
Last question.
Yes, Mr. Chase.
Why are the words up to in there? Wouldn't we, whatever that figure, we would take the maximum amount out of it rather than putting an up to in there?
Well, come August, we have to have a number to put on the tax commitment and a number to offset. So we appropriate what we know that we'll most likely get, because things have to be done by the end of August for commitment.
Okay, so if we donated all funds, estimated amount, we used to do that, we would appropriate all funds, and estimated amount would be written there of this, and so you would be able to use whatever you wanted to use.
Right, and you could do that, however, that does put a constraint on your budget. If you anticipate that you're gonna have $2 million in those other revenues, and that's what your budget is created on, when it comes down to those $2 million don't come in, say come March, services have to stop because there's not any money to fund it.
What? Run that by me again.
So this is revenue that's coming in next year, so it's not
Correct,
revenue that we already have. So if we have our budget, say we have our $4 million budget here, and we anticipate that $2 million of it is going to be in revenues.
Right.
Come March, if we haven't received those revenues and we haven't taxed the people for it, then we have to stop paying.
So what happens if you, in the same scenario, you get the 769,907, what if 765 come in?
Right, and that's why we take a conservative 5-year estimate. So we look at the past 5 years and we come up with an average. And then we also take into...
I just don't understand why they're up to. If this is the number you're going to use, why don't you just say this is the number you're going to use? That's all.
Yeah, they might. Other questions or comments on Article 73? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 73 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Thank you. Against, none, those opposed. Article 73 is adopted as written. Article 74, to see if the town of Acton will authorize the use of funds from the municipal undesignated fund balance to offset taxes contingent on the Acton municipal fund balance policy and there being a surplus at the end of the fiscal year. Selectmen recommend approval. Warrant and Finance Committee recommends the same, 6-0. Roland.
Motion to approve Article 74 is written.
Second. Been moved and second to adopt Article 74 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 74? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Article 74 as written. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your cards. Against, none, those opposed. Article 74 is adopted as written. Article 75. So this municipality authorizes the state to issue licenses for the sale of liquor to be consumed on the premises of licensed establishments on Sundays. This is a petition article. Selectmen recommend approval. Warrant Finance Committee recommends approval. 5-1. What's your pleasure? Roll.
Motion to approve Article 75 as written.
Second.
So moved and seconded to adopt Article 75 as written. Are there questions or comments? on Article 75? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the article as written. All those in favor of adopting Article 75, please raise your cards. Is there those opposed? Article 75 is adopted as written. Article 76. See if the town will make the following changes to the road ordinance.
Dispense with the reading.
Is there a second?
Second.
Unless there's objection, we're going to dispense with the reading of the changes to the Town of Acton road ordinance. We'll see what this is about, is making some changes to our current ordinance. And we are going to go to page 19, the bottom. Select and recommend approval of the articles written. Planning Warrant Committee recommend approval as written. What's your pleasure, roll it?
Approve the article as written.
Second. Moved and second to approve Article 76 as written. Are there questions or comments on Article 76? Got some folks behind the rows. Yes.
I don't know what the original version was, so I didn't compare.
Well, all the original verbiage is there. What you've got in highlight there are the new words. Yeah.
All right, so what prompted this change and
Okay, so can anybody answer what prompted this change? There may be some folks behind you that might be able to shed. Leslie, are you going to be able to talk about that? Why is it? Okay. So the question from the selectmen is, why are we doing this?
Elise had a lot to do, she worked a lot of the road and stuff, and these were some changes that people felt were needed. Can you hear me? Sorry. To do with different roads, or I guess associations that have gone through all the processes to try to get their road, to get help with their roads, not to turn them into not to change them from private roads, but to get help with like erosion control. And there's all kinds of different steps. And it seems like a lot of the roads didn't meet these requirements. So, you know, we kind of looked and pushed it down on the footage.
so this change was to allow for more roads to be,
Not from like town roads, no, like,
to allow the town
right, we have a fund that passed last year. We can give $3,000, but you have to be an association. There's several organizations that have done before you apply for like it's like a grant. You have to put it in the road. You also have to be water.
Shoreline zone.
Thank you, shoreline zone, and I think your lake where you live to has pollutions and stuff, so.
then I want to help understand it, the feasible interest. The fee simple interest title related to the town of Acton, that's only a 20-foot wide travel portion of the road. And then a separate clause is the unconventional easement to the town of Acton for 7 foot on either side of that travel portion. Is that true?
What is it, like, what's highlighted?
Essentially, yes. I'm trying to understand, is the fee simple interest granted for the entire 34-foot wide section, or is it just the 20-foot wide travel portion? All right, and then the unconditional easement is for the plus or minus 7 on either, or not, sorry, 7 feet on either side of that. Highlight.
Okay, so, yeah, maybe, hang on, you may have some questions. Let's see if we get some more information up on the.
Speak to this question.
Okay, you want, Leslie, you want to let him speak to the question, or do you want to go? Tom, go ahead.
The difference is in the Class B road classification, sometimes it's very difficult to hit the full 34 feet as a deeded right of way. This in fact gives the town the same thing. They have fee simple interest of 20 feet of right of way, and then the 7 feet that was in the original that the town would have owned, they would just have an unlimited easement. So it solves all the problems, so what the town would get in this Class B road is exactly the same. The only difference is the 7 feet at the side of the road would be an easement rather than ownership. That's all.
Okay, Leslie's up next.
Leslie Berland, Road Committee Chair. At the last Road Committee meeting, the members took a vote regarding this ordinance, and the vote was unanimous that this ordinance ought to fail. There were 7 reasons for this decision, and it was not taken lightly. The Road Committee has long felt all roads in town should be town ways. However, in looking at the overall condition of our roads, culverts, and bridges, the committee determined it was not fiscally prudent to undertake this change at this time. 4 of the 5 committee members live on private roads, so we certainly understand and are subject to the additional financial burden placed on private road residents. With that said, we also clearly understand and witness the poor condition of many of our town roads while doing the RSMS road survey. We have failing infrastructure with no real plan in place. We have 2 bridges that are in danger of closure. We have 3 major culverts needing extensive repair or replacement. The cost will be astronomical. The culvert on H Road is estimated to cost $150,000 to slip line. The culvert on West Shore Drive is an estimated cost of $350,000. That is a total of $500,000 for just 2 culverts. What will happen when the bridge fails? A reserve fund was just established in the amount of $25,000 and is vastly inadequate. And there is no state money to help with bridges. Newbridge Road needs major reconstruction plus a new culvert. Hopper Road needs major reconstruction and is heavily traveled. Where is all this money coming from? These deficiencies must be addressed before assuming any additional responsibilities. This ordinance is also being modified solely for the benefit of one road. The Road Committee believes that any ordinance should be drafted for the benefit of the whole town and not for a small select group of people. If you are not part of the inner circle, your needs may go unaddressed, and this is wrong on many levels. Town government exists to benefit all residents. In addressing the ordinance itself, there is one glaring omission which must be addressed. The ordinance requires an engineer report, however, neglects to specify the type of engineer. As there are 6 types of engineers: civil, mechanical, chemical, petroleum, electrical, and aerospace. Only a civil engineer is qualified to render an opinion as to the adequacy of road construction. Our road committee recommends this ordinance ought not pass. Once our infrastructure deficiencies are addressed, an amended ordinance should be reconsidered.
Additional comments or questions on Article 76? Yes, sir.
Alan Murray. Yeah, this ordinance is not going to help the town because I asked the town to do a financial impact study of changing this road, and they didn't come up with one. But last year when we did Article 43, we identified over 93 private roads. And the financial impact, if you do, I did a just rough estimate, is going to probably end up as $180,000 added to the year of people being able to apply for private road status like Article 77 is. If you apply the dimensions of the road on 7th Street, that's this article, this what they're changing is not going to help the town because it's going to make almost every single road, it's a road that's only going to have a 20-foot travel way and an easement for people to go along either side. And in the, well, that's in the article, but I just let you know that this ordinance is not good for the town.
Additional comments or questions on Article 76? David? Yep. Yep, go ahead.
I'm baffled. I was road commissioner 9 years, and every year at town meeting, we fought over roads being discontinued and this and that, and now we're at the point where some of these roads have gone out and spent some real money. Well, some of these roads spent more money than what these town roads have spent for a period of time. We're looking at changing up a road ordinance to make it so that it does help the people of Acton. Because a lot of people on these roads, the unfortunate part about this road ordinance is, when it was passed, it was a good thing. But the road ordinance was tailored for new roads. So it made it absolutely impossible for a private road to become a town road by looking at any of the details there. So by passing an ordinance like this here, it makes it possible that these guys at least have a chance to, when they won't spend $100 and some thousand to get the road, and I don't know if anybody's driven down that road, it's one of the nicest roads in town. The financial impact on the town of Acton is minimal. We just signed a contract on a road last year. We were dumping money in, and it's not even a town road. This is what we should be doing. We should be voting it in or out, and we should be making it so that these guys at least have a chance to do so. This is helping the town of Acton. It's helping the people who live on these roads.
Additional comments or questions on Article 76? Paul?
Does this change, I'm just heard that it was more of a legal change than anything else, but does this change the required, I'll call it character, of the 7-foot right-of-ways on each side, so that, for instance, before you couldn't have trees or something on them, and now you can. I know some of our camp roads are winding, they're tree bordered, and for that reason, they're having problems getting them to be accepted as a town road, or would if they submitted before. So I just want to know if this change affects anything other than the legal status of those right-of-ways, and actually lessens perhaps the required quality of travel, shall we say, or allows trees, for instance, or rocks, boulders, to be on those sidelines when before it did not.
Anyone answer the question?
Is it unconditional easement?
You need to come up here and talk about it. Bill Lutz.
I want to address the issue about engineering. I happen to be one. I'm a professional engineer. I'm licensed in 8 states currently. I sat for 15 years on the state licensing board, including many years as chairman of the licensing board. And in Maine, the law says that if an engineer can work on anything that they feel they are qualified to work on. So it could be a geotechnical engineer or whatever, and if they have experience on roads and feel confident in working on roads, then they are allowed to in the state of Maine. I happen to be a mechanical engineer, and I have worked on many roads and helped design many roads, and I feel confident that my license would cover me in the state of Maine for consulting on roads. When it says engineer in that document, it is implied that it is a licensed professional engineer in the state of Maine. So that is the requirement. If it says engineer, it has to be a licensed engineer, and it can be a mechanical engineer or a nuclear engineer, and if they have experience in roads, then they are qualified to consult on roads.
Additional comments or questions on Article 76? Yes, sir.
How you doing? Bud Turner, I live on 7th Street, actually, 21 years. My whole concern about this thing is, for the past 21 years, I've been paying a municipal tax, and I haven't been receiving municipal services. And I think it should pass. It's been 21 years too long. We pay the same municipal tax on that road as someone who lives on a town road that gets the services. Yet because it's deemed a private road, we can't get those services, which makes no sense to me because we first moved there, they did maintain it. And obviously some sort of law changed, which is fine. But if you're going to charge someone municipal tax, they should have full benefits, in my opinion, of those services.
Additional comments or questions on Article 76? Yes, sir.
Glenn Howland, Lebanon Road. As a previous resident of 7th Street and one of the homeowners who gave up a considerable amount of property for this improvement, this article is a good thing for the town. This gives those roads, those private road associations, the ability to overcome what has happened to us because of the state law. So having that 7-foot easement on either side opens it up for these associations to get this done. 7th Street spent hundreds of thousands of dollars making improvements. I live on Lebanon Road, and it's 10 times worse than 7th Street, and I pay 3 times as much in taxes. So if anybody's got room to complain, it's me. But this ordinance, this article is a good thing for this town.
Additional questions or comments on Article 76? Yes, sir.
Just to, a previous speaker spoke about the easement of the side having roads, having trees and boulders. That's still in it. That was not changed in this ordinance. The ordinance still reads the 30-foot wide right-of-way has to be free of trees, rocks, fences, any hindrance that it has to be cleared. That's still in the ordinance.
Additional comments or questions on Article 76? Yes, sir.
Yes, I also live on 7th Street. So let's not forget why that road is in the condition it is. It's because people came for me, like the person who spoke for me, and people who are still in the association committee who are, daily and monthly, weekly, whatever, looking at the condition of the road and what was required. So it's definitely not my specific work by me, but and not to diminish anything the town does for the rest of the residents or all of us in the town, but it's not because of the town that road is in the condition it is. And in this financial climate, looking at the condition of the roads that the town is responsible for, I just don't think it's a good idea right now to increase the number of roads that could be adopted by the town for repair and maintenance and winter cleaning. With all the churn and turnover in the road committees and road commissioners like that, not to say that this article might not later or should come back up for consideration, but now's not the time. Look at it, get some stability in the road commission, and then decide whether or not the town has the financial means to maintain that road at the levels it is. That's my concern.
Additional comments or questions? Dave, are you up for comments?
Yes, just over the last one we just addressed. Dave Langley, stand up here, Deputy Fire Chief of the town of Acton. The town of Acton is these private roads that we're talking about and everything. 50 years ago, there were summer homes. People came in, went out, wherever. And as time has changed, one thing the town of Acton has done quite often is change the time where people live there year round. The fire chief made a point today, replacing fire trucks, $500,000. And they're not getting any smaller. And the language we have in this ordinance will benefit us. And as Selectman Winchell said, there's some of these roads, some of these associations, 7th Street, 13th Street, they put a lot of money into it, they work with us, they touch base with us in the fire department. What do you guys need? But we need the language in this ordinance to move forward. The town is not going back in time, we're moving forward. So let's, all on second thing.
Additional comments or questions? Elise?
Yes, when 7th Street came to us to ask this question to be on the warrant, they had a pretty good package put together, and the only block was this wording in the ordinance. And at the time that we were looking into legal opinion on how to work it, the road committee was behind us, and I felt total complete support from the road committee at the time of changing this verbiage to allow 7th Street and future streets to come forward. I'm not sure why they changed their mind in the meantime. That's all.
Additional comments or questions? Leslie?
I don't recall the Board of Selectmen coming in and asking us for assistance in drafting that ordinance.
Wait a minute. Leslie, look at me. Say what you're going to say. Okay.
The road committee is looking at the big picture. We are not looking at we're looking at failing infrastructure. I would like to see all of the roads being taken care of, and so would the rest of the road committee. But We also have failing bridges, we have a lot of problems on our town roads already, and I haven't heard anyone address that.
So, Mr. Bradley, you're saying,
So you have a comment to make, we're not going to have an exchange, you have a comment to make, unless they want us to say something later, that's fine. Want to comment on Article 76, yeah?
after listening to the road committee's explanation of why this should become a town road, the explanation that I hear is because the rest of the town roads suck, that one should be the one there that, you know, they should take a hit for that. Now, they've gone through a lot of work, and it's got a lot of money. I don't really get how you can punish one road because of another. Peacock Road became a town road not too very long ago, through town meeting. That road didn't pass any standards.
You were done.
And so I think by looking at this ordinance, having some changes here, you know, it's a good thing. But now we talked about the financial, the fiscal, you know, what's going to happen to the town of Acton, what it's going to cost us. Does the road committee have some numbers to enlighten us as to how much that road's going to cost, the brand new roads it's going to cost us in the next 10 years to take care of?
So if you want to answer that, you can. If not, you can just.
My words are being misconstrued. I did not say that the road should not be accepted. What we said was perhaps it's not the time that we need to address the failing infrastructure that we currently have that's not being addressed. I mean, we just voted to put $75,000 into a dam that belongs to Sanford. We put $25,000 toward a capital fund for our culverts. So there's disconnect as far as where our priorities are. I mean, if Canal Bridge gets closed, New Bridge is going to take a beating. If Road Bridge gets closed, what's going to happen there? There's a lot of problems that, and I certainly did not say it should not be a town road. I think all of these roads have to be town roads, and the town should take care of them. That is what I said.
Okay.
So I just think that it is not the time that we need to have a plan in place for our failing infrastructure before we take on additional responsibilities.
Additional comments or questions? Bill?
Phil Gander, and I live on 13th Street. We've spent probably $400,000 since we became an association on our road. And took it from potholes and terrible to probably one of the better roads in town. Now, I believe that's helped the town a lot because all the properties are worth more now. And 7th Street property is going to be worth more now that they fix their road. Now, if we have a reasonable standard for these roads to become townways, that really has nothing to do with whether we fix bridges. We need separate issues for that. This should be what's right, what's fair for a road that works hard to make it so that it's actually making the town more valuable, actually, if you think about it. The properties are certainly worth a lot more now than they were when that road was a rut that I was on. You wouldn't even buy them. So I think that the key thing here is, if this is a fair way for a person to really work hard and a group to work hard to make the road up to a good standard for the town, it ought to be acceptable. That's all I have.
Additional questions or comments? Yes, sir. Tell us who you are.
Yeah, Brian Insurance.
Okay.
This article basically changes the legal definition, which is what was requested, from a fee simple to a unconditional easement. Now, that doesn't change the requirements for passing it as a town road. By passing this article, it's not opening up everybody to just walk in and say, we want ours to be a town road. You're going to have to work at it to do it, so it's not going to cost you extra money. The town meeting has the right to choose and reject whether or not a road can become a public way. So if road wants to put the money into it to get it ready to be accepted, then they should have the right to do that. They should not be barred from doing that by old language that prohibits them from passing it. This change from a fee simple to an easement may allow different roads to meet town standards. That's all it is. It's not something that's going to cost the town right up front, because nobody's going to get a benefit from this until the town approves it.
Additional comments or questions? Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Ray Diaz, and we only actually moved down here just under a year ago. When I live on Buzzard Road, half of Buzzard Road is town, half of Buzzard Road is private. And they have put a ton of money into the private section of it, to upgrade it, to make it much better. I'm not sure why private roads have to apply to be a regular road. I think that the road commissioner or whatever should go down some of these roads that have put so much money into the road and make it worthwhile to be that. And I think the town should actually put on this. Yeah, you put the money into it, you made it right, you're going to make your a town road. Not to be against 13th Street, 7th Street, but yeah, there's other private roads that have put tons of money into their roads also.
Additional questions or comments on Article 76? Bob?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, but I don't think it's right now. I think there should be an impact statement on it. If you just do the simple numbers, we have roughly 50 miles of road, town roads, in Acton right now. The budget's a little over $500,000, so you figure it's $10,000 a mile for every road. So every road you incorporate as town roads, you're going to pay another $10,000 a year. And until that impact study is done, it's not time for this. It's not old language. It was 2007 when this ordinance was written, or amended again. And to be just amending it again now with only one road consideration, I think it's jumping too much to the front without really doing the impact. Dave, I understand that you keep saying that they spent a lot of money on 7th Street. Yep. That was because you did it, didn't you?
I did.
Okay, there you go, right there. I think you should abstain from...
Additional,
Mr. Berlin, I'd like to explain to you something.
It's not personal.
We're going to get off track on this. Sydney, when you get to the mic, you can. Go ahead, Sydney.
I think that we've been addressing this in the wrong way. We have to look at how many people live on these roads and what their needs are, as opposed to what the road looks like. We're taxing all of them. Everybody's paying a lot. The people on these private roads are paying a lot more. Many roads have put in a lot of money to improve them. When this ordinance came up, the road committee was not asked for its opinion or its input. I felt we should have been able to do that. I feel other roads should have also been allowed to come out and be allowed to come onto the floor with this 20-foot easement, and are we allowed to amend the next one to add other roads?
This is for all roads. This
is for all roads. Well, there's a second amendment. Are we allowed to then not just say 7th Street? How about Buzzell? Buzzell has put so much money in their road.
We can't drag Buzzell Road here, they can do it.
They have done that.
Wait, we're starting to have a conversation here.
All right, I will leave it. I would just say, let's not try to make the roads conform. The people are there, let's fix them to get to the people. That's what we need for fire and emergency.
Thank you. Additional comments or questions on Article 76?
They mentioned unconditional easement. I don't understand what an unconditional easement is that they're changing, adding to this ordinance. An easement right here, in the ordinance, they define public easement, fee simple interest, and an easement interest. An easement interest allows the public to travel over land owned by someone other than the municipality, allows the municipality to maintain the way. The does that mean that an unconditional easement, which means there's no boundaries, no conditions, that, so the public can use that 7 foot along that side of their road? I don't think those people want that.
Additional comments or questions? Tom Chase.
I'd like to move the question.
You can make that motion. Is there a second to?
Second.
Moved and seconded to end debate, move the question. All those in favor of ending debate, please raise your card. Against, now those opposed. Okay, we've got the necessary votes to do that. So the motion in front of us on Article 76 is to adopt the selectmen's recommendation and approve the article as written. Everybody clear on that? All those in favor of that motion, please raise your cards. Against, now those opposed. Clearly, the motion passes. Okay, we don't mind on you. So having done that, Article 76 is adopted. Article 77. To see if the town will vote to accept 7th Street is a Class B road, which is a petition article. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of the article. Warrant Finance Committee also recommends approval of the article. Elise.
Make a motion to accept Article 77 as written.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt Article 77 as written. Are there questions or comments? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have pretty much the same comments as I did for the previous article, and I have a question. Because Article 76 passed, it granted unconditional easement, 17 on either side, with 20-foot wide travel lane. What does unconditional easement mean? What does that mean? That someone near the lake wants to go to Lake Wilson, so they're going to pull up in my driveway or on the side of the road and say, well, that's public easement right there, and they're going to argue what they're going to do about that. I don't know what that means. It's not defined in the article as it was amended.
Thank you. Question about what unconditional easement means. And let me see if we get an answer. Does Tom Chase think he has an answer to that?
Yes.
Okay, let's let him answer.
This grants the town the unconditional easement. If there is a bush that hangs over that's in the way, they can cut it. If there is a rock that pops out of the ground, they can do it. If the town wants to pave that and grant parking, they can do it. It is an unconditional easement to the benefit of the road commission. The road commission can do whatever they have to do. The only difference is that 7 feet remains in the ownership of the person who owns it, but the town can do whatever they wish.
Okay, here's a question for you. My mailbox is in that 7 feet.
Okay, we're not paying for it when they plow it off.
Well, okay. Can they plow it off or knock it down or take it out?
Yes, the mailboxes are placed where they are, and that is subject to the federal government enforcement.
Okay.
You're not responsible for a mailbox anyways, so.
Additional questions or comments? Leslie?
Yeah, I have a couple of things. Was there a core sample submitted?
Core sample of what?
Core sample of the road. So you know exactly how the road was constructed.
Oh, 30 feet bank run
Yeah,
road.
we're see if we have an answer. Who are you asking the question?
That's the tax.
Anybody?
Yep. So where in the ordinance do you see that one was required? So this is, I'm just the middleman with the town's attorney, so, so I'm looking at the road ordinance, so they want to become a Class B. So if you look in your warrant on page 18, at the top, we turn their packet over and asked if they met all of the requirements A through K. And they didn't do K, and that's been changed. So B through K is here. So which one are you asking about? Which one is it?
There was talk about the core sample, so.
But do we know, is it in here? Am I
I
missing
did,
it?
I don't.
Okay. So if it's not in here, we don't have it, we have everything that's in this current road.
The ordinance states that the right-of-way shall be clear of trees, stumps, boulders, fences, and any other hindrance to plowing and maintenance. There are numerous obstacles. There's even,
Now, where are you reading that? In the ordinance? That was adopted? So both of our, the road commissioner, the past and current, went out and looked at it as well, so.
That would be H. The answer to
Yep.
the question, H.
so if we go out there with a measure, there would be nothing in that 7 foot.
If that's not what it says.
Because it shall be clear of trees, stumps, boulders, fences, and any other hindrance.
That are a hindrance. If they're not a hindrance, they don't have to be cleared.
It says hindrance to plowing and maintenance.
Right. If it's not a hindrance, they're not to be cleared.
And the report submitted by the mechanical engineer does not certify the quality of the construction. And I have a copy of the letter. And the report reads, this inspection relies in part on the performance of the contractor performing the work. There's no reason to believe the road was not constructed to be in conformance with the active road requirements. In essence, I'm reading that as him saying that the contractor says it conforms, so it does. So he's not certifying the construction.
Right, and again, so when reading the paragraph from the attorney's point, so the road commissioners and an engineer shall inspect the road to determine if the road meets the standards set forth in this ordinance and make an appropriate recommendation for action by town meeting. So the letter does say,
Shouldn't the engineer actually certify?
the ordinance doesn't require that he certifies it. The ordinance requires, and I'm not agreeing or disagreeing, but that's how it should be.
Basically, wording is swampy.
And just for clarity, someone mentioned 2017, this road ordinance hasn't been changed since 2007. So that's how old it is. But when the attorney looks at that, he's saying, is there an appropriate recommendation for action by town meeting? And there it is. It doesn't say that it has to be certified. Maybe that wording is something that needs to be changed down the road, but according to Berkeley Clay, they meet all the requirements, and that's why the board put it on there.
Additional comments or questions? Tom Chase. We're looking at Article 77 now.
Article 77, I live on 7th Street.
Yep.
I bought a cottage on a road that had been maintained summer and winter for decades by the town of Acton. They maintained it for another decade. And then the selectmen chose to listen to the Maine Municipal Association and warned them that any private road that the town was spending money on was a liability. So since the selectmen at the time worshipped at the altar of the Maine Municipal Association, they went out of their way to eliminate the roads that had been historically maintained by the town. The roads that were historically maintained by the town were, I think, 12th Street, 7th Street, 10th maybe, I don't know. There was a list of them that we voted on every year to continue doing it. So the town got scared. Gordon King went down and talked to people because there were things that were hindrances to the plowing and maintaining of that road, because he thought it was only fair that road that had been maintained that long, they could continue to do it. There was a couple of curmudgeons on the road that wouldn't allow them to cut the tree or do whatever was required to make it so. The town said, okay, you're on your own, folks. So we were on our own, folks. We spent for the next 25, how long has it been? 25 years? Whatever. We expended our own money to maintain that road. And we experimented with everything else. People came and said, okay, it's cheaper to maintain a dirt road. So what did we do? We took out the pavement. We quickly learned that that was not the wise move. So we had paid a legitimate contractor to completely rebuild that road so it met the 20-foot wide town standards. And the only thing that was making it so that it didn't need a Class B road was the right-of-way width. The width that we could deed to the town was not quite adequate, but we could give them an easement so that they would have 34 feet, a Class B road to do whatever the town wanted to do. The road would be good. The road is built well. So all that the towns that I'm asking, I bought a cottage on a road that was maintained by the town, and I would like you to go back to the way it was.
Absolutely.
I agree with you. It should go back to days of old where they took, if you moved in on the road, the town took care of the road. All I want to say is that I asked for an engineering report, and the engineering report that they gave was a road survey. There's nothing in there that...
The other side, the paper.
What about?
It's two-sided.
I know, there is no engineering study done. This is the corner post land survey. The back side of this one?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, on the left, isn't that signed by Mr. Cody? Look on,
I know.
isn't that the engineer letter?
Well, it's a letter, but it's not, it's a letter, isn't Mr. Cody a resident of that street?
This says Mark Cody, mechanical engineer, and that's the letter that was in the packet. So that's the engineer letter. Cody's the engineer.
Well, it's not documented, he just says, he's an interested party, that's not really a...
No, that's not the question.
Huh?
Wait a minute, let's not have a conversation. Go ahead, make your statement.
He has no documents to back this up. That's what I'm saying. It's,
This
letter.
gentleman doesn't live on 7th Street. He lives in Springville, 3 Mouse and Joy Lane.
Yeah. You don't have a place down on Hobson Road?
Okay, we're getting way off track. You just make your statement about what you believe to be the case, and then we'll let other people make their
This
statement.
engineering letter that was put on the back of this thing is by a person that has an interest in it and has not done any, he's just saying, well, I think that the road is constructed with 3 inches of finished gravel and 16 inches. There's no documentation like he did, like a test sample or anything.
Additional questions or comments? Nancy?
It's my recollection that the original ordinance for a town to be accepted by the road was inspected and agreed that it was brought up to standards by the road committee and both road commissioners. And was this done in this? Is it following the town ordinance?
Yeah, so 2 things. So Mr. Murray, you're correct. He does own property in town. So let's get that piece done. You're correct. The ordinance currently says, Nancy, that the road commissioners will inspect it. It does not reference the road committee. So the road commissioners does, and it says at the bottom of this letter, after review with Joe Letourneau, the current road commissioner, also deemed the road to meet the necessary requirements for consideration. So that met the ordinance, the way the ordinance is written at the time.
The one that was originally written.
To last adopted in 2007.
The top road follows.
For Class B, it says just those 2 need to inspect it.
Additional questions or comments? Yes, sir.
Why was 7th Street chosen to become a Class B and not a Class C road?
That was by their choice. You'd have to ask them. That was the petition we received from them.
Can I make a motion to amend it?
No, that cannot be amended.
Well, we'd have to get legal advice to see if they qualify. We only followed up with the request they
Ordinance
made.
can't be amended.
Well, the question is whether this is an ordinance or not. This is a response to an ordinance.
Petition.
Yeah, it's a petition, so there's really no place to go other than defeat it. I mean, you actually have the option to say no. That's what you can do. Okay. So additional questions, Elise?
I just want to mention that at one of our Board of Selectmen meeting, one of the road committee members did inspect it and came to our board and let us know that it looked great and in proper shape to be accepted as a Class B road.
Additional questions? Joyce?
I'd like to make a motion and call the question.
Been moved and seconded by Bill at the end of debate. So we need to vote on this. All those in favor of ending debate, call the question, please raise your cards. Taking hands down, those opposed. We've ended debate. The motion in front of us on Article 77 is to adopt the article as written. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your cards. Taking hands down, those opposed. Clearly, Article 77 is adopted as written.